Hello. Just prepping these cards. Good morning. Oh, sunny UK. That's always nice. How are you doing, Shelby? Or Shell? Whew, energies. Hey, lock your fridge. Oh, thank you. Yes, I took a few days off TikTok. Well, I was still there, but random when I could, when I had time. I thought I better start posting before I came on live, so you just kind of knew that my energy was coming back into play. My daughter turned 18, so we had big celebrations on the weekend. And I was designated sober adult, so that's why I'm chipper today. But we had to put on the event and then clean everything up and reset the whole house because we had a teenage invasion. But it was good. Like, there was you think of all the things that could go wrong, and as a parent you get nervous, and then you realize everything just goes right according to plan. And I love that because, I sort of realised that everything works out for me the way that I need and want it to work out in my life, because I deserve it to need all my needs and wants to work out the way that I need and want. And it's just remembering to put that intention out there before you embark upon anything. So don't mind my incense. It decides it wants to go right in front of the... I'm going to turn it right off for this slide. I don't know who these people are that are inviting me. So I like to usually talk first before I start opening up my list, and I just take a few at a time, but I've left my book somewhere. I'll find a piece of paper for us because I had to literally put everything away, so everything may be all over the show. But I had a lot of intuitive insight, and this is the cool thing when you realize just how far along the path you can be for yourself. And that is, thank you. Kia ora. Kia ora e hoa. Yeah, you realize that healing and intuition become like breathing. It is automatic, it is natural. And the more I do what I do and set the intentions and just learned that it's all part of who I actually am, the more natural it becomes. It's not really, it doesn't make me different from anyone else. It doesn't make me more special because I can tap into my intuition. That's not really, that's not how it serves me. It just lets me know that when I need a stable foundation, and here's something that many people will find, is that they'll go right up, they'll hit a spot, and then they get the wobbles, right? Because that's how your energy works. But what I do is that I go right up, and then when it starts to wobble, I learn to resonate in the wobbles. So I never feel extreme polarities like I used to. And when I do, I really step back and take that time for myself. At first I was, especially like here, putting lots of posts up, but then I've always had the mindset of, quality over quantity. I've always wanted to have that as how I was perceived as an ethical reader, and sort of learnt that when I had something to say, then I would bring it forward, and hopefully it found the people that it needed. And I do that naturally without even overthinking. Even my friend, she was saying the other day, she was supposed to come over, okay? But my schedule shifted, and changed. And I was like, well, I'm not really going to have much time to sit down and chat because I had a lot of events happening over the weekend, just gone. And so I rang her and I said, oh, look, I have to postpone till, you know, next week, because I know we're supposed to get together today, but I have so much going on, and I didn't want you to come over to my house because there's a lot of energies moving through, because I've had a lot of different people coming through. I'm an energy sensitive, so my friend also is sensitive, and she's going through, I would call, a healing phase. So what I did was that I actually messaged her and let her know that this is the reason why. It's A, because I was busy, but B, because there's a lot of energies. And when someone's sensitive, they're going to feel those energies. And so it's actually kind for you to learn that some people don't need to walk into that. So I could have had her in, I could have been rushing around doing stuff, talking to stuff, but while she's there, she's absorbing. So it's like being mindful of that kind of thing too. And when I rang her and said that, she said, it's funny that you say that, and this is something that I learn to hear all the time. They say, it's funny that you say that, because I was actually on the fence about whether I was going to come over or whether I wanted to postpone. And she said, but you've actually told me why I was feeling that way. And I said, yeah, because I understood that she needed to sort of have her time to heal. Thank you so much, Shelby. I appreciate that. Take that time to heal, and without being interfered with by other people's energies. Because here's the thing about teenage energies, it's a lot. It's amplified. Yes, it was just things like that. And just when I was doing, my cleaning up after the event, my lovely mother, she goes hard. Oh, where would I be without her? And just going hard. And I was outside hanging up all the tablecloths, as you do, hanging out the washing, and then boom, the universe says, Sonia, when you nourish yourself, you nourish everyone around you. And I was thinking, whoa, what was that? What was that? It comes in really fast. What was that? When I nourish myself, I nourish everyone around me. And I had to think about what that meant. And it's almost like what I noticed that day was that we had lots of abundance, an overflow of kai, all sorts. And so every time someone would leave, I was like, here's your parcel. Every time someone would walk in the house, it's like, take this parcel. I was bagging everything up so that I could share. So not only do I prosper in this time, but everybody has a piece of that prosperity. And that's what they mean. When you look after yourself, care for yourself, you have everything that's outside of you as a bonus, that overflow of energy, abundance, whatever it is, prosperity. You can then give without taking from yourself to everyone else. And that's why I really liked having that time and to just decompress from the weekend and have that insight start coming in. And then the other one was knowing that I belonged here. Now, like I was talking about before, as a parent, you sometimes think about all the negative things that could go wrong, right? All the negativity that could happen with a whole bunch of teenagers or having their end of the term celebration party thing, right? All of them had permission, by the way. But it was just like, there could be fighting, there could be drama, blah, blah, blah. I had parents coming in and sort of hanging out with me inside. And so I needed everything to be perfect and to go perfectly because, it's sort of what you wish as a parent and for the other kids. And so when I reflected upon the day and they said, when you nourish yourself, you nourish everyone else. And the other one was because you belong here and now and the world is a better place with you in it. And it's more like understanding that things worked out perfectly because I put that preparation in, I put that intention in, and I acted upon the preparation and the intention to move forward. For not just only me, but everyone that entered my house, to create safety, a safe space, to know that everyone was, so I thought about everybody and how everyone was comfortable and that they could relax and have fun. And also the parents, that came in could have fun and just relax and not worry. So, plus it's not my first rodeo, as I have other older children that I've kind of learnt from. So it's sort of like a skill that you develop as they get older. You learn how things should roll. Let's just put it like that. It was a really interesting time. I came out feeling really good. I got a lot of insight right at the end of it. And today I just sort of took my time. redid my room so you can see it's different behind me, and decided to, was I going to do a live? Yes, do the live. And yeah, just, yeah, you know, because it's important for people, and I know that to, you know, to make sure everyone was safe in my space, and that's something I strive for. But I kind of knew, you know, like it was sort of like, I knew the kids would be good anyway because they're good kids, you know. But you just, as a parent, you always think worst case scenario. But as the day went along, you know, the loving thoughts kick in and they overtake the negative thoughts like, oh, this could go wrong. But, you know, there's this point where you have to just allow things to happen and step back and just trust that it will go right. And then it's that knowing that, you know, I wanted it to go right and I deserve it to go right. And so it was good. It was really great. Really too good, really. I was like, wow, where's the rebels? Where's all the, you know, all the kids with character? But they were just a little bit tired because they had, my girls go to a boarding school. So they had kapahaka, they had parent-teacher interviews, they had been preparing for 2 months prior and every day. So there was just a lot of energy they didn't have much of. But that was sort of like good timing. They got to have fun, but it was not a long time and didn't turn to negativity. So for me, thumbs up. Thumbs up for me. So it was awesome. Sorry guys, drink some water. I do have to take a moment to get a pen and a paper because I've forgotten. So won't be a sec, guys. All right. Sorry, I'm professional. I moved my whole room around, so I don't know where everything is. Okay, today I'm going to be using oracle cards, or oracle, but that's okay. We get a good message. And the animal spirit's really popular last time, and they give really good messages. So I have Sacred Destiny Oracle. Oh, this one looks like this. I have the Animal Spirit Oracle and the Wild Unknown Animal Spirit Oracle. So these are the ones I'll be reading the message out of, the personality, and hopefully everyone gets the right message. As an ethical reader, if you're looking to find out about a boyfriend or an ex-partner or to see about someone else other than yourself, I'm not the reader for you. There's plenty of other readers that like to do that kind of reading. I'm here for your soul. So if you're here for healing, for your soul, wanting some guidance out of situations you feel a little bit overwhelmed with, then I'm the reader for you. So I don't really do love readings, but if love readings step in, or if someone with that energy steps in, hopefully you get the right message for you. But are any of my mods here? Sorry, I was talking so much. I don't know if I've got any mods in here at this time. Has anyone actually got a reading from me before that's in here? They're soul readings. So I would say this. Okay, I see you, Bobby. I'll say this. Bobby Shell, and I saw Sarah the barber. Okay. Yes, okay, that's good. Snowy tin. Would you like one? I have. Okay, awesome. So just so you guys know, there are people in here that have had readings from me before, so they know that sometimes I can't control what happens in these readings. Okay, I've had one reading before. Oh, that's cool. Can't see what's on here. Okay. Margaret. Yeah, there's no mods here. That's all right. I've had a reading. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Princess Nene Mac. They're free readings, but if you want a private reading, look in my bio. It has all the links to all my social medias. So feel free. And on my Facebook page, it should have a Facebook book now or something like that. It has a space where it has make an appointment. So just look in there if you are interested. So, but I would always say, feel free to watch and see how I read, so that whether or not I'm the right reader for you. Because I know sometimes, okay, Pranisha, I see you. Okay, one more. I'll take one more. And Sally Williams. Please be here when I read out your name. So I'm just going to take a few at a time. That way everyone can sort of mix it up. We've got Bobby going first. I can't control what comes forward. Sometimes I get music. Sometimes I get visual. Sometimes I get a knowing. But I ground down into your energy. So while I'm grounding down into your energy, feel free to take 3 deep breaths. That just hopefully opens up the heart chakra, opens up the mind, opens up the body to receive the right message. And then I create that Wi-Fi connection. That way I can access your energy without being detrimental to you or to me, and bring forward the messages that I get, and hopefully the right message for you. And I do all these readings with love and good intentions. Okay, guys? So 9 times out of 10, I have quite a high vibrational energy, and you may feel weird or different, but that's okay. Sometimes you'll get emotional. That is totally okay. Sometimes it might be a little bit confusing. If it's confusing, ask questions. All right? But I don't focus on the, I actually don't focus on the comments. So just be mindful, wrong way this way. Just be mindful of that. All right. So we got Bobby. I'm going to open up the list again, guys. I'm just taking a few names at a time, and then I'll be able to bring forward. I might be the last person on earth without a zodiac sign. I'm pretty sure that you've got one. I'm here. All right. Okay. Yeah, I need stuff. So I'm going to ground down into your energy. And while I'm grounding down into your energy, feel free to take 3 deep and slow breaths. Just letting things relax, and just opening up the heart chakra to let me in. And that's just how we just ask for permission. So all I'm doing is creating a bridge so that I can connect with your spiritual team and ask for the message that they need you to know at this time, which I call soul messages or soul readings. Okay. So Bobby, you do have some issues with holding on to pre-existing mindsets that are limiting to you, because I feel like you really want to change into something new, which is where everyone's at. So if you're feeling some kind of way about that, this is probably a good time to know that everyone will be asked to move into a new sort of way of thinking, because that's where the energy is going. It's going up. And if you're lagging behind, or if you're in a really low vibrational space for you, you will feel that grind or that lag when you're trying to process information. So it's really good if you are hesitating about changing or shifting. Sometimes it happens for us for the right causes. We may not be prepared for it, but when it comes down to it, we'll know what to do. Someone's very precious or important to you, and this is probably why it's hard to make that choice. Am I making the right choice for me, for my baby or my babies, or my family or my friends? And sometimes you have to push all of that aside and realize that the way you find out if you're making the right choices is to make the right choice for you. Because you know, like I've said before, and this is probably going to be a theme, when I nourish myself, I nourish others around me, or everyone around me. And that's what I mean. I feel like for you, that's where you have to go. Push everybody else aside and put you first. Because it feels like I'm standing trying to look at you, but you're in a crowd and you're behind them. But that's your priorities, right? Your priorities are saying that I need to make sure everyone is okay. And the thing is that when we do that, our energy gets so stretched. And when I talk about stretched energy, that causes anxiety, that causes stress, that causes depression, it causes feeling very overwhelmed because we're reaching out so far to bring everybody else. And if we haven't got the right practices in place to ground our energy down, that can be very negative for us and detrimental or almost energy draining, because our mind and all our focus, our time, our energy and our focus is somewhere where it shouldn't be. And a lot of us have to also learn, is to learn to ground down into the heart, especially if it comes to making a decision. And I'll just give you this quick little advice, Bobby, is that when it comes to making decisions for yourself, put your hands on your heart. It's just a physical way of connecting here, right? Taking a deep breath and thinking in my mind, in your mind, I can make the right decisions for me. And the right decisions for me will positively affect me and the people around me. And you're setting that intention, learning to use your energy with purpose and consciously, not just thinking, when it happens, I'll fix it when it happens. But that's stress. You'll see where the energy goes. It's sort of like I'm having to deal with things on the flow, which is really, really good, but not consciously. It's like if it comes into my knowing, then I'll deal with it. But what if you bring it to the knowing now and then allow that solution to come forward? And that's by setting the intention with you to consciously use your energy. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's pull some cards for Bobby, please. All right, one more. Yeah, that's the hardest part, eh? So the two cards that really show that where the struggle is when the cards go into challenge. So you have Spider in reverse and Dragon Spirit in reverse. So these are the spaces: manifesting and finding truth or clarity about decisions, or moving towards a higher paced processing time when it comes to information. So I feel like here your main energy is freedom. Now freedom is an interesting card because each of us have a different perception of what freedom means. Okay, so freedom can mean literally cutting the chains or connections to things, learning to fly. It could also mean love. For me, freedom is love. That's real love. And it feels like for you, it's more about lifting off a space where you may have felt stuck in, because this is almost like a gateway for me. Like I'm just, hi, good morning. Like I just want to go in the runway and fly out somewhere new and fresh. That's how it feels. And with freedom, it feels like you still want to be connected to everybody, but you just need space to stretch your wings. And not necessarily your energy, but your wings as in experiences. And it feels like here with Spider, which I'll read from the deck. For me, those are usually about manifesting. Spiders, they're usually about sticky situations. So it'll be interesting what this comes forward with. And with Dragonfly Spirit in reverse, it tells me that it's really hard for you to break out of the matrix. So when I say that, it means it's really hard to break out of societal conditionings or belief systems that are very limiting to you now as a person. And here with truth transcends illusion, it's more about you learning or opening up the mind's eye to see clearly what it is that you need to do. But the dragonfly actually moves with such strong pace, and the thing is, it moves fast. It's electric, it's fast moving, and that's what needs to come in. But there's that slight hesitation here with the spider. And I feel like it's mainly because it's new, or you're having to come to the idea of it, you know, like making sense to you. And so we'll move in with the spider, and I'll read that really quick once I find it. One day, here it is. Okay, see. Okay, so I just blew it out like that because I feel a little bit heavy when I tapped into this part, because I feel like for you, this is the hardest part. And the spider represents the creator of prosperity through life's work and dharma. So when it's in challenge, it's hard to manifest. That's what I was saying. For you, it feels like manifesting. I'm trying to bring about the life that I need or want. But it's really, really hard, because there's a part of me that won't overcome the limitations that have been either put on me or that I believe now about myself. But here I'm going to read this. The spider is an ingenious creator. Its greatest gift is weaving the thread of Dharma into a vast, intricate web that supports the spider and those around it. See, if I nourish myself, I nourish everyone else around me. That's what it's talking about here. That's why the spider creates that big web. Okay, anyway, sorry. Both financially and spiritually, it is hard, but the spider neither tires nor becomes impatient. This card reminds us creativity is everywhere. Be process orientated rather than results orientated. And soon your work becomes like the weaving of a magical, priceless tapestry, and abundance follows. When in balance, appreciative, enthusiastic, prosperous. When out of balance, discouraged, tired, and forlorn. To bring into balance, playful creativity. You already know. And you know what song came forward? For me, that's how I knew it was limited mindsets and belief systems. It's the song, Free, Free, Set Them Free. And what that means is when I get that song, that tells me that deep inside of you, and I would say more so the mind than the heart, that there's a belief system that tells you you're not good enough. You're not worthy enough, and that you'll never be enough or be successful. And a lot of us have this belief system, and a lot of us have endured this all our lives. So it's time to smash that. It's time to realize that, hey, I deserve to be here. I can create loving support for me and everyone else around me that I care about. And I can make the right decisions for me because I know exactly how to use my energy with purpose and consciously. So it's just remembering to change the mindset. So when things become heavy, overwhelming, cloudy, or just you feel very discouraged, don't let that affect you. Just come back to wholeness. Something that I do all the time. Something even now I have to do as a person. Coming back to wholeness and allowing that energy to come to me without trying too hard. It says here not to be results orientated, but process orientated. When we become process orientated, we're consciously moving through things in the time that's needed and not so much thinking about the outcome, because the outcome without process is nothing. That's like dreams without consistency creates disappointment, but dreams with consistency creates positivity and manifestation in your life. So, sorry, my phone's going crooked. I just think it's a really good time. Oh, that's not good. It's a really good time to encourage yourself to choose a better life or to manifest the thing that you want, knowing full well you can receive it. You know, so send it to you with lots of love and good intention, Bobby. I hope that made sense and helped you now and in the future. I'll send it to you. Thank you very much. Oof. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. So I'm just going to give this a quick shuffle, shell. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you for acknowledging that, Bobby. I appreciate that. Okay, guys, when I've finished, when I do Sally Williams, I'll then open up the list. I can only do so much in so many so many hours. So I appreciate that. So if you're patient, I will hopefully be able to read everybody. Okay, yeah. But if you, I've noticed you, so when I open it up, feel free to put your name forward. Okay. Okay, guys. Shell. So you know the deal, Shell. Take 3 deep breaths and open up your heart chakra a little bit. Now ground down into your energy. Thank you. Bring forward. Got me working day and night. Got me working right up until midnight. Got me. So you've been working hard on something really, really important. And even though it might slightly feel like a burden right now, because it feels like, you know, you're like right there at that edge before you take that leap of faith and falling and trusting into your life's work or purpose. It feels like I've just got to get over this slump or this hill, but it feels like you've been working hard. It's almost like I want to say you've been climbing up that mountain. You've been pulling yourself up that rope, you know, almost vertically, straight up. And it's weird because I ain't pussyfooting around. I'm not pussyfooting around. I'm here to do the mission. I'm here to do it. I'm not afraid. I'm facing my fear. I'm doing the things I need to do. I'm here to do the work. That shadow work. And it feels like my hands feel really, really warm. So it's telling me that you're really either manifesting or drawing something close to you. And that's what it feels like. It's almost there. Like right over the top of that hill. Your hopes and dreams. I feel really positive in your energy. Even if you may be feeling heavy, I feel like actually you may be just feeling a lot of other things because that's the energy. It's pretty heavy. But your baseline energy or vibration, where it sits, is in a really good space. So you're not in the root chakra. You're more like in between the solar plexus and the sacral chakra. Like those are all right places to be within the will and within the desire of your personality. And that's what I mean. It's that hard work. It's that grind. It feels like you've been power pulling. Tug of war. And you're winning. Yeah. It feels like in my hands too. So let's pull some cards. They're singing that song in my head. Got me working day and night. Got me working up until midnight. Got me working day and night. I really like it. Shock is something new just came in. It's a card that I usually have, which is embracing your strange beauty. Sorry, it does this. I don't know why it goes down like this. Okay. Okay, maybe. Taking risks. Okay. Pulling it in. Your first card was taking risks. So it is what I mean, like literally they're showing me the mountain. You went vertical, straight up. But from that point, this is what I really like about your energy, is this higher perspective you're seeing. It's almost like with clarity. That's what I mean. I really like your energy. You've done a lot of healing work since the last time we've seen each other or connected here in the life. You've actually overcome a few things. And that's what I mean, taking the risks. Taking risks is just like almost like facing your fears, or, you know, I don't know how this is going to work out for me, but I'm just going to go for it, because what have I got to lose? What have I got to lose by just trying it? You lose nothing, you gain everything. Because if anything felt heavy or like a burden, you would just simply transmute it. That's what a higher perspective or tapping into higher knowledge affords you. It's like intelligence, you know. When you actually see where the dysfunction is, and instead of working around the dysfunction because we get too afraid we might get zapped or touched or hurt, that we then choose to just heal the distortion, and then you get that flow. That's what comes in for that. Taking risks, facing your fears, climbing those mountains, overcoming things. Very powerful time. This is a good time for you to acknowledge that you are gaining clarity each time you overtake or overcome a mountain, obstacle, or blockage in your energy. Because here you're the dolphin. You've got a dolphin personality. Kia ora. Yes, I've got a few to go. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 to go after this one, and then I'll be adding to the list. But here we have dolphin energy, and I'm going to read that from the book. And your other card is Canary Spirit, sing your own song. And I really like this, A, because I can actually play a flute, and B, the thing is, when you sing your own song, that's why the shock of the new, which is embracing strange beauty, is that the throat chakra is open. And when the throat chakra is open, there's this access between the heart and the head. There's like the bridge, right? And it's when things are shifting and aligning into your truth, and that's a beautiful stage in the journey. So it's sort of like really enjoy this time, really enjoy moments of clarity, inside epiphanies, really enjoying, I would say here with the dolphin energy, social activities, because you're in a good state of mind to really overcome things like other people's energy or negativity out in the world. And like I said, it's just got me working day and night. I feel like Spirit has been really keeping you on your toes. So anytime you falter, or when I say by falter, anytime you take a step back, they're like, boom, push you forward. Come on now, shall get your shit together. You know, and it's sort of like they've not let you take a rest. But I like that because it's almost like, okay, you're like a firm hand. And I don't mean that in a negative way. You know, like I like someone saying, hey, get your butt into gear. I like that. I don't necessarily, you know, need it. But if I'm falling back, I like someone to say, hey, shall get in line, you know, like a firm hand. You know, you don't just get dominated or overtaken easily. But anyway, let's read this dolphin energy before I lose track. Went straight to dolphin. Oh. Okay. I really like the dolphin for your energy, just because usually the dolphin is sort of like the sensuality and the freeness of, you know, being you and loving your body again and relishing moments of happiness and feeling connected to people. It's very open. You can see the aura there of the dolphin. It's really, really open and loving. And it says, the dolphin, innately intelligent, healer, light, blessings. The gifts of the dolphin are beyond what our human minds can grasp. Dolphin personalities are often drawn to the healing arts as they are sensitive to the subtle and enjoy working on the level of spirit. It's easy for dolphin types to underestimate the impact they make in the world. These creatures play such an important role in the wheel of karma that coming in contact with a dolphin type will change the entire course of your day and thus your life. This card can also indicate a profound blessing is on its way, but I felt that. Got me working day and night, got me working right up until midnight, because in the end, the universe pays in dividend. That's the cool thing. You do the work, you get the rewards. And it says, when in balance, active healer, strong spiritual practice. When out of balance, underestimates own power. And to bring into balance like-minded spirits. Surround yourself with like-hearted people that appreciate your presence. and then you get to thrive in that space. So it's sort of like we have to learn that not everybody's going to be good, okay, but we can find good people out there in the world that actually care about us and allow us to thrive, being whoever we are without having to change it. All right? Love that energy for you, Shell. Hello. Yes. Yeah, but definitely speaking your truth, moving into alignment with it, even though taking risks can be quite daunting at times, when you do, take opportunities that present to you, but you have been. I feel really positive about that, so hopefully that made sense to you, Shell. I send that to you with lots of love and good intention. Hope that helps you now and in the future, and you take care. Whew. I like it. Need some water. Yes, I'll be adding to the list in a little bit. I'm just going to get through these readings that I have right now. So I have Sarah. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Danny. I appreciate that. Thank you. Blessings to you too. And everyone, that's right. I like that. Sorry, I feel really excited. I like Shell's energy is quite intoxicating. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you saying that. And I love your way and I love your vibe. I need to go. Thank you. Hi, guys. Yes. Okay, Sarah. I'm going to be opening up the list, so just put your names forward and hopefully I get everybody. All right. So, Sarah, if you just take 3 deep breaths and connect in. Okay, Sarah, so I get the song. Sometimes when we touch, the honesty's too much. There's somebody that you really care about, and it can be really, really hard to share, whether this is romantic or just someone that you love, like family, friends, someone you would consider family, or a career or a project that you care about. It can be many things for different people. But I feel like for you, there's someone that you care so much about. It's really overwhelming to share your feelings. And even though you may be quite a fun, loving, happy person that likes to share feelings or share part of their story or part of their personality, when it comes to the heart, you're very guarded. And that is because you have reasons to be so. We all have these very valid reasons on why we protect ourselves, because maybe in the past it felt unbalanced. Because I'm weird, I feel like droopy. I feel a little droopy. So just, it was just like the energy just went, Sometimes, whenever you give 100%, it's never received or given back the way that you needed. I do feel like there is an upcycle in your energy though. So it's almost like rebirth. Sometimes rebirth is always hard when we go into situations and we have to let part of ourselves go, and in the ashes we get reborn. But it is tough, a really, really tough phase to go through. Maybe severing connections with people that were quite negative for you. But that honesty part, sometimes it's so hard when you're really sincere about something that it's really hard to communicate that out. And I used to be like that as well, where someone would ask me a question that involved me being truthful and from the heart, and I would clam up in my throat. I would almost lock like this, and I wasn't able to vocalize how I felt. So that took time to learn how to do that. But I'll pull some cards and hopefully that part made sense for you. I felt that one hit me. Okay, so you got voyage. Is it? See how the whale's out of water? See there? Right underneath, something really precious that you're keeping safe right now. You got lizard in reverse, so it's definitely a challenge for me, but I'll read that from the book. And then you got two animal spirits which jumped out, which are interesting because I feel like this may be a little bit of conflict within your personality. But you have deep swan, swan spirit, time for a deep dive, and antelope spirit, life is speeding up. So it's an interesting space. So if you let me just bring this all in. With the voyage card means that you're definitely literally on a voyage or a journey or a path. And you have to actually, because this has a meaning in the book, but I like to draw from it what I actually feel about the card. And it feels like you want to go into a spiritual journey. You want to really connect down and heal all the things that you need to heal. But what's below the water? That's why the whale, even though the whale belongs in the water, is above the water in your energy, because you're very much in the mind and not in the heart. So the heart is sort of like the area where your emotions seem like they come from. Maybe overthinking, maybe over-analyzing a lot of things, not really wanting to tap into that emotional space. But you have a deep emotional space, that's the thing. And here with time for a deep dive swan spirit, to really gain, peace and grace and serenity, to find that peace within you, and to settle down the energy that keeps wanting to run out the door, because that's how it feels like. I want to connect, I want love, but then when I'm close to love, I'm afraid of it and I run away. That's how it feels. And it's sort of like there's a conflict within you. You know that there's something you need to deal with, but every time it's like the honesty is too much. So it keeps playing that bit. Sometimes when we touch, the honesty is too much. And that's what feels like it's just too much for me to deal with right now. I can't, how am I expected to get through this healing when everything I see, or when I relax and allow myself to sink down into this energy, and it's more like absorb into the unconscious side of you that's just sitting there all the time. It makes me feel so overwhelmed. And then I'm just like out, That's how it feels like. It's like it feels heavy in the heart chakra. The heart chakra feels tight, so it feels like it's finding it really hard to open up, because that's a part that you have shielded. So I'm going to read this lizard card. Don't be afraid. All these animals, scary or not, they're actually really great cards. So just don't mind me while I try to find it. This is of the fire energy as well, so it's a completely opposite type of energy. Lizard, okay. Yeah. Alright. So don't forget the lizard is a reverse, but we'll read it. Lizard energy. Instinctual, sensitive to the subtle, and dreamer. The lizard is an expert in the realm of sensory perception, as if it has a sixth sense. The lizard hears what is yet to be spoken and sees what is yet to manifest. Although this is an amazing gift, it can easily wear the lizard down with big crowds, lots of travel, or overstimulation, and this will drain the lizard of their magical essence. This card is an indication to pull back from the bright lights in big city and return to the inner artist who's been whispering your name. When in balance, artistic, telepathic, spiritual. When out of balance, elusive, non-committal, flaky, and to bring into balance, a creative project. You just need purpose right now. And the thing is, here's the biggest, most available project you could embark upon right now, and that is choosing to find out who you are, choosing to heal yourself, choosing to connect down. And here, you actually find that when you allow yourself to actually be a part of your your element that you're strong in, being sensitive and dreamy, that water element. When you allow yourself to sink down into that energy, you may find that it's natural. It's not so scary down there, that you can face any adversities, that you have strength to move through these energies and currents that are pushing you elsewhere, or learning to use the currents to push you into the places that you need. It's just time to take a deep dive, because the world is speeding up. Life is speeding up around you. And if you are not balanced and finding like a good space for you to be, you will feel drained and or heavy. So it feels like this is a really good time for you to just choose you as your main project at this time, creative project. So I send it to you. Lots of love, Sarah. Hopefully that made sense and helped you at this time. Hi, Jill. Hi, guys. Hi. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Hopefully that helped. Margaret. So if anyone hasn't been with me before, this is your first time getting a reading from me, just know that a lot of you have been drawn towards me because you're at the precipice of change. So this is something that I've noticed about most people. And this is why I sort of do my lives for free, because I've been doing this for about 5 years now. That I do this because some people, all it takes is one good reading. Oh, cool. Thank you, Sarah. One good reading, and you might actually find that it shifts so much for you as a person. So that's why I do what I do, guys. Someone take some water. And Margaret. Okay, awesome. Thank you for inviting your sister. Okay, Margaret, just give me a thumbs up. Let me know that you're Margaret. After Margaret is Pranisha. Oh, Grand Rising. Hi, Aisha. Welcome. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mark. Oh, yes. Thank you. Sorry. Making sure I got the right person. All right. And then after Margaret, I have Pranisha and Sally. And then I'll open up the list again. So if anyone's patient, haven't got long to go. Oh, I'm stretching. So if you take 3 deep breaths, Margaret, and nice and slow, balanced. And I will connect into your energy. I'm hearing a lot of light language. It's weird because usually it's like I can feel someone speaking a lot of light language, and they use, you know how you see a lot of light language people, they use their hands and they're frantic. I myself, when I use light language, I don't know, I kind of feel like it's soul language for me, so I don't necessarily do all the hand movements. I do the singing, so it's sort of like I'll be speaking and then I'll just go into singing a frequency or just wavering my throat chakra. But I kind of feel like, ooh, okay. I just want to say, if you've got someone that's a healer in your space or around you, or that is very spiritual around you, I feel like they frustrate you a lot. I feel like they're trying to be helpful, if this makes sense, whether they're spiritual or not. I feel like they try to help, but they actually become very frustrating to you, because it's sort of like, what I want to say is that I just want to be left the fuck alone. I just want to be alone right now, to chill, to do my thing. I need some breathing space, and you're sort of getting all up on my grill here. And it's not because I don't care about you, or not that I don't like you, but sort of like, understand that, or take the hint. But the more you try to back up, this person doesn't know, and they step forward. And I feel like that's helping, but it's, so I says I'm getting this kind of energy right by my face, and it feels like, you know, you want shoe fly, don't bother me. So if you have that kind of energy around you, they do have the greatest intentions. It feels like they talk a lot though. And there's, you like to talk, you may like to talk and chat, but there's a lot of times where you like to just be still and or quiet. Almost like blending into the environment and sort of not really participating in the outer world. Like you do a lot of inside stuff, which is really good. Well, let's see what the cards say for you. Does it make sense, does it? Yoda. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, whew. So you got release. That's where you're at. You just, you know, like if everyone was to see themselves as a tree, the seasons happen because the trees need the seasons to happen too. Because if they were to fruit all the time, they would constantly draw from nature, from the earth. They would constantly draw all the resources out of, and they would have to constantly grow and stretch. And there's times when they grow, you know, really large in summer, and they fruit. And then you wonder why trees kind of lose their leaves. Some of them are evergreen, but you know, like this particular tree turns yellow, red, and loses all the leaves, and it actually goes into that winter state of being barren. Because then the tree gets a time to regenerate their energies, right? One second. Brittany, you don't need protection for you and your son. Your energy is yours. If anyone's creating negativity in your life, you must learn to protect you and your son yourself. You have to understand that your energy is yours and no one can take your energy or dominate you unless you allow them. Okay? So I just put that out there. Sorry. That came in really fast. But that's just how it feels like. And it's sort of like, what I get from you is that you appreciate the seasons. Like there's times when you're thriving, you're out there, you know, and then you're sociable, you're out there. And then when you go into autumn, I feel like in this time, you just like to be left to do what you need to do. You know what I mean? There's places where I just need to do what I need to do. And it's sort of like that's where it is for you. And that's why the energies are a little bit too much. Because you're in the releasing, you're letting go of things, you're clearing. You know, autumn's a really beautiful time. Many people don't know, but it's a necessary part. If we were looking at the seasons of our life, autumn is a necessary part of us. We need it. We need to let go of things and clear out all the old, old energies, old mindsets, old belief systems, any stale or inconsistent connections, letting them fall from us. Right? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. It just feels like that. That's where you're at. I'm just letting go. I just need time out. And you go very quiet. I feel like you go very quiet when you need to. And here you've got the black egg, which I really, really like because this is a chakra. And it's actually a really good chakra. And I'm glad you got the black egg because it kind of lets me know that's exactly where you're at. I'll read that from the book. And here with Bat Spirit, a rebirth is assured. So that's what I mean. You're releasing and letting go. You're going to go into the winter, which is where you shut everything right down. This could be like a matter of days. It doesn't have to be months or a whole season, but within you, because the new you or a new version of you is about to step forward. It's a really crucial time, and that's why you're so used to doing this on your own. You're self-soothing, but in that becoming self-healing and also self-aware. Now, for me, being self-aware is actually the next step to actually walking towards and closer to clearer intuition. When you know how you tick and the rhythms of your life. Okay, so I'm just going to read the black egg for you because I really like the black egg, and it's a really good card to get because it is of the element spirit. See that full circle? Semi-divided. Where is it? It's right at the back. Oh, here we go. So, a lot of people are doing this. This is a little bit longer, but I'll read the first little bit. So here we have the black egg. And the black egg is speaking from an authentic voice and the truth. And I really like that. Why it's right in the middle of this. And plus, eggs mean potential to me, and also a form of, you know, like the butterfly. The butterfly goes into the cocoon, and it's sort of like your cocoon. That's why you're in a state of release. You're letting go of an old version of yourself and starting to walk to a new version of yourself. Okay? And it says here, the black egg contains one of life's essential treasures. The truth inside of it resides no confusion, excuses, small talk, noise, or lies, not even white ones. This living and breathing vessel harbors only that which rings true. When this essence is in balance, we speak slowly and clearly. We are drawn to activities like writing, reading, teaching, singing, or perhaps public speaking. Sounds draw us in, books draw us in, the concept of truth itself draws us in. We start asking questions like, what do I know to be true about myself? And what is true about the world? When the energy of the black egg is not accessed, we speak from an unsure place. We say things others want to hear, gossip, or repeat stories to justify our subpar behavior. We might even try to convince ourselves that we have no inner truth at all. The energy of the black egg hovers and waits for us to reconnect. It is available at every moment, in every situation. It is the epicenter of truth, the birthplace of our voice, which is really important. So I like it when we create that space, because it just feels like I'm letting go of what doesn't resonate with me anymore, and also in that space doing a lot of shadow work, doing a lot of you work, and then knowing that the outcome will be different, will change. You're breaking cycles. For me, trees also mean ancestry, so ancestral healing, which is usually intergeneration pain and suffering and trauma. Letting all of that go, that's why the black egg. Now, the black egg means it reflects. So anything negative coming towards it, it reflects. And then you have bat spirit, where a rebirth is assured because you know you're breaking a pattern of pain or suffering that you've been in, and you no longer choose to be there. And it's really brave. And the thing about the bat is that the bat communicates, right? It's a very good communicator, but it communicates here. It echolocates. So it's a strengthening of the mind as well. And when you know your truth, you can access it at any time. And it's a really powerful time, but you're just in that transition. So it may feel a little bit overwhelming, or just a little bit like blah. You know what I mean? I just feel a little bit blah right now, which is weird because I've been feeling really good. But as you let go of things and go into that chrysalis stage and then choose to change, the results will change for you in the end. Positive, I would say. 5 means choice, 5 means change. So, you know, it's sort of like, I feel like you've chosen this, and this is moving towards you quite quickly. So it's not just a season, it could be days, it could be weeks, it could be months, but it has been a span of time in which you've just needed to have a bit of alone time right now. And that would be really good for you at this time. So I send it to you with lots of love and good intentions, and hopefully that makes sense to you and helps you now and in the future. Thank you very much, Margaret. Pranisha? Kia ora. Oh, okay, awesome. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. Just so you know, I've got 2 more, guys, and then I'll be opening up the list again. So I'm going to do as many as I can in this time. It's still pretty early, so let's do it. School holiday, so yay! Don't have to get up at the crack of dawn. Pranisha? Okay, awesome. Thank you, Pranisha. Just going to give these a quick shuffle. Take some water and ground down into your energy. Oh, Pranisha. Oh, Pranisha. I'm getting a lot of stuff, so I'm just going to ground down real quick. Okay. So the song I got for you was, I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Sorry. I moved a little bit. You know, it's like that. And the thing is, as soon as I tapped into your energy, I start getting this weird pain. So it feels like you're actually hurting because you care about someone and you feel stuck in a situation. Either it feels weird because I feel like it's not quite that, because it's like hold up, and so I have to stretch the image, right, and look at it. So when I look at the image in a fuller context, it actually feels like there's either a relationship or someone you feel highly attached to. You either want to leave them because I'm caught in a trap. I feel like someone wasn't truthful to you and pretended to be something they weren't, maybe to others. And then in privacy or behind closed doors, or when one-on-one with you, this person is showing their true colors. But you care about them. You've already created a connection. If that's not the case, then there's someone that you care about. And maybe you feel like you can't let them know. It's hard because it's moving between both. Like if you were to look at a compass and it would go to north, it would go yes or no, but it's literally swinging between the two like this. That's the imagery. But it feels really like you weren't expecting this, like it was sort of a surprise, because it felt like you fell in a trap, like you didn't get lured into a trap. You were just walking along and you realized it was a trap. It was almost like a too late because you were already caught up in it. And whatever it is, it's causing you a lot of pain, because I keep getting images of you being hurt. And I don't know if it's a physical thing or an emotional thing, because it feels like I can't move. It's always around the leg or the arm. All the places in which you would find mobility, those keep getting stuck or hurt. I feel like you've been having to overcome a lot of this too. I feel like you're having to process a lot of that too. So if that makes sense, hopefully it's a lot less dramatic than how it's coming across. This is a really good time for you to, like I said, process what's been happening to you and find what I want to say is a clearer solution, because there is always a solution. So if you're feeling stuck or trapped, there is always a way out. If there's a will, there's a way, and you've got to choose. You've got to make it happen. So let's pull some cards for you. All right. A lot of cards fell out, but I'm just going to take the one I felt drawn to. Haven't seen your cards yet, so I'm not trying to know or guesstimate what's happening in your energy. I'm just going to pull this one. Alright, so here we go. Courage. You got courage. You got cow spirit. It's in reverse, so it is a challenge, and it says the miracles are endless in your personality. There's butterfly in reverse, which makes me sad. And it's weird because it's the same color as this. It's got blue and orange, and it has blue and orange. So, you know, synchronicities and colors are really important in cards. I feel a little bit sad, I don't know why, but it just, I felt really down when I saw that butterfly in reverse. Alright, so the courage. Oh. Okay, well, I'm just going to tell you what's coming forward. A storm is brewing, and you really have to have the courage to stand up against the waves that are going to be knocking you back. So it's sort of like there's an emotional current that's really happening in your life, and what's happening is it's pulling you down. So you may be smiling out front of everybody, but inside there's a lot of turmoil happening because you do feel really stuck. And it's a sad thing to see, because it's almost like if I stand up and face this, I'm going to get battered, like against the rocks, you know, sort of like push back. It would take so much courage, you know, to move through that, to actually say, oh, I'm going to go climb into that and swim, you know. It would take a lot of courage, even for me, who really loves water, and to know how treacherous that would be. It takes a lot of courage to overcome things that seem nearly impossible. And the fact that this energy has created such a downward spiral in your energy, because here with butterfly in reverse, I'm going to get to that. It makes me sad, because the thing that I got was you were being suppressed from your full transformation to who you really want to be, to who you know you should be, and it's being held back. And I hate that, really, really passionately hate that for people, because it's sort of like, it's like the butterfly's really, really fragile and doesn't live forever, you know. Is there song, Who Wants to Live Forever, you know, by Queen. Who wants to live forever? And it feels like just a really strong grip on you. And it's that suppression, and I really, really don't like that. But it's more about factors. I don't know if it's necessarily just one person, or it's a factor of things that is happening right now that's keeping you from your calling or the real you that wants to come forward. And then we have cow spirit with the miracles are endless and challenge. So when you're feeling this, you know, like there's no way out. No, nothing can save me. No one can save me. I haven't got anywhere to go. And it's almost like I said before, if there's a will, there's a way. If you want things to happen for you, you have to change the mindset that you're stuck in, that you can never change this, that miracles don't happen for me because in some way, shape or form you feel less than or unworthy of it. But I want to say miracles are endless, and miracles actually happen every day because you're one. Because what's happening is someone's keeping you here in reverse and not letting you know that you're the actual miracle. And that's what I hate about the butterfly being in reverse. And it's sort of like it feels time pressured as well. So there may be a time pressure here that's happening for you, why it feels overwhelming. So let's have a look for the butterfly. The element of air as well, so it's the mind. Where are we? Butterfly. So here we are. Undergoing great change and transformation. The energy of the butterfly is with us during periods of transition. Since air is the element of the heart, this change usually involves relationships. Or if you love your job, perhaps your career. Since transition is accompanied by some amount of discomfort, be extra patient and kind during this time, especially if the butterfly is you. It's you. Let solid friends and activities support you like a cocoon, committing to one daily routine, a meal, practice or prayer. Done at the same time and place will do wonders for lifting a butterfly spirit. So it's like, okay, when in balance, cheerful, graceful, when out of balance, fragile, frustrated, and to bring in balance, a daily routine. But what I want to say to you is to say this one positive affirmation. Miracles do happen because I'm a miracle, and it's reinstating your light, because what's happening is something's making you forget your light. It could be the pressures of life, it could be a very sticky situation or painful situation that you're caught in, but whatever it's doing, it's making you forget your light, and we can never ever forget that. And never ever forget that we have, you are the miracle, that we have a purpose here, and yours is to transform and change into something that you truly desire to be, and know that miracles can happen and will happen and are endless. So be open to receiving them and open to manifest them as well. So that's by opening up your heart. So this daily practice or routine you need to get into is to bring in some kind of positive affirmation. But I just wanted you to use that one, but you can use whatever suits your situation at this time, and repeating it, like when you wake up in the morning, it could be your form of grounding, and at the end of the day, bringing that in again and reinstating it, doing it when you wash the dishes, just repeating it over and over again. I am a miracle. I am the miracle that I need in my life. That miracle is me, and remembering this. So it feels like, thank you very much, it feels like you need to remember who you really are. Okay, so thank you, Pranisha. Hopefully that gave you some guidance at this time and help you now and in the future. Okay, Sally Williams. Sally, interesting. All right, I'm going to open up my list. I've got one more person to go, and then I'm going to open up the list. Okay, guys, so please be patient with me, and then I'll take some names. Sally? Miracles, yeah. I'm just going to... Thank you, Pranisha. I can see a few people that are in here, so we'll just let me take my time. I'm here for a few hours, guys, so it's okay. I'll do my best. All right, Sally, give me a thumbs up, Sally. Is she here? Sally, thumbs up. It's okay, guys. It's okay. You don't have to say please. It's all right. I see you. Okay. I don't know. Is Sally here? If you're here, you need to say, I'm Sally. Lisa Williams is here. It's awesome. Thank you, Lisa Williams. She must be gone. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, there's no need to spam. It's okay. I see you. I think Sally Williams is gone. So let's start again with a new list. It's okay. I see you, Salvina, so I'm going to put your name down. But you don't have to spam, guys. It's okay. I see T. I have... Marguerite. Angels are with us. But it's alright. If you're patient, I will be here for a wee while. Very welcome. I see Grant. Midnight. And Kimberly. Alright. It's alright, guys. I'm still here for a wee while. So I have Big Bussy, Salvina, T, Marguerite, Grant, and Kimberly. Alright, guys. Sorry to all those that haven't quite gotten in. But hopefully if you listen, I can see you all coming in. I feel bad because I can't do everybody, but I'll try my best. Alright, guys. So Big Bussy. Alright. You know the drill, hopefully. Take 3 deep breaths and I'll ground down into your energy. Oh, really? You got a power ballad. I kind of like that because it kind of matches your personality, but it might be something that may be confusing to you. I don't know how well I'm going to sing this. But I like it. I actually like it because I like when I get songs that ask questions, if that makes sense. But the song was, alright. I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. I want to feel what love is. Yeah. I know you can show me. And it's almost like for a moment you actually want to experience what real love feels like. Now, it's not that you haven't experienced love before, because I feel like you've actually loved. Like, I feel like you've actually loved people. But have you ever received what divine unconditional love feels like? Because it feels like I want to tap in deep down in my heart, so deep that I connect right back to source. You know, like, I like that because I feel like I deserve to have this energy. Like, I want to know what real love is to me, what it means to me, and how it feels when I'm in contact with it, when I'm a part of it. Love means many things to different people. But I feel like you actually want to experience something on that deep level that just blows everything else that you've ever experienced when it came to love and or relationships out of the water. Like, this is like, oh, one and only. Oh, we just got to, what does this say? Oh, it's this astrology thing, but it's not coming up. Sorry. That's how it feels like in your energy. And I love it when it's asking a question, because why it says, I want to know what love is a question for me. And it's sort of like asking stuff of yourself, like asking yourself those big questions that some of us avoid. You know, we're afraid to ask those kind of questions, but you're just like, I want to know what love is, you know, on that deep level. I love that. Like, I feel that right here, man. So I can breathe, so I can be me. How do I love me, even? Let's see. You're learning to open up your heart chakra. You're learning to trust. When you're trying to make sense of things, which is human. See what Sacred Destiny wants to say. It's taking its time. Fell down. I'm trying to see if I can see, but I can't see. I'm gonna pick one, but isn't that interesting? I'm gonna show you what fell out, and I'll reshuffle and pull out a proper one. But pleasure, embracing, flexibility, and simplicity. Those are really interesting cards to fall out for you. So it's almost like that big roaring energy coming over the top, but then there's this beautiful line where you're just sort of like slowing it all down and processing some really deep things. Oh, Not willing to give up much though, because I mean you are private about intimate things. Yeah. Alright. I really like it. Might be a little bit weird. Let's see where this goes, eh? Let's see where it goes. Where it takes us. Let's pull this one. Ooh, it's a challenge, but I think, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay. So you got the truth in reverse and challenge. So we know there's a struggle there. And I don't believe it's the truth of you. I feel like it's sort of like understanding some ancestral patterns and behaviors that have caused you to really make certain decisions in your life. Or maybe the truth of an ancestral pattern that you've overcome as well. There's two different ways because it's teamed up with going forward. Here, going forward, follow the yellow brick road. Yeah, you're going into never, what is it? The land of Oz. There's so many things jumping out at you now, eh? Things you didn't notice before. And as you open up your heart chakra, you start seeing things on a totally different level. Yeah, I feel like for you, going forward and overcoming some kind of truth is really important because it's letting the sun in. Like you're getting a lot of energy coming in, which I love. I actually really love your energy. I love how truthful it was at the beginning. I love how deep it feels. And I love the things that you're overcoming and letting in now. Because for me, it's like, oh, what's up with the truth? And they're like, well, you know, truth is hard. Truth is hard for people. Truth isn't always a beautiful epiphany or a lovely insight. Sometimes truth is like downright hard to process because it's like, oh, I didn't really know that it was like that, you know, and you have to go through a moment of process, moments to process the information or whatever's come forward. And I feel like for you, now you're going forward and you're like, oh, now I'm so aware of all this shit that's around me. All these signs and synchronicities. Like I feel like I want to swear, but I just feel like that's just taking on some of your personality. You know, that like what there's like the inner cynic, you know, that comes out every time that something's going really good. It's because it's like the song that's playing is, what kind of fuckery is this? You made me miss this like wrecking. You know, it's like that. So, and I loved you when I did. Also, can't believe you played me out like that. It feels like that, like it's going too good and I know something's going to go bad, but just keep stepping forward, just keep moving forward because you're letting the sun in. And then I get that song, let the sun shine. That's what I mean. I feel like you're actually starting to see things, and I'm not like spirit or things like that, but I feel like you're starting to see a lot more synchronicities, a lot more signs and signals from spirit, because here in your animal spirit it has hawk spirit. Let spirit be your guide. They're moving you on to a better timeline that is more nourishing for you. But you've had to overcome something, and now I think that didn't quite land well, but you just sort of rolled with it and kept rolling forward. But you see how here it has the tree, and then over here you're coming out of the trees, so you're finding solution in maybe heavy or dark times, and that brings in the light. And here we have hawk spirit. Let spirit be your guide, because there are a lot of synchronicities. There is a lot of change energy going on with you as a person. And then you got this card. Now this is very visual, so don't take it on as being literal, okay? But it's just this cheetah energy. Now I know when we hear the word cheetah, we think negative because it's associated with cheetah as in human, but this is animal, right? So we have to understand that the cheetah is the fastest moving animal on land, okay? It moves at phenomenal pace. And I think with you, when you actually move onto your path, when you actually move in a space where spirit is guiding you, you will find that you will move through many things, many obstacles fast, because it's almost like, I want it, I see it, I want it, I get it. And it's that whole attitude of gratitude. They just said attitude of gratitude, which I really, really love. And it feels like I can overcome this. I can run back and sort that out, and then I can run forward and sort that out, and I can hit all my targets. If you're trying to create something, either financially or spiritually, but you have enough passion and drive to do so. You have a lot of passion and drive, and that's why you're needing that deeper connection as well. So we're going to read the cheetah energy, which is of fire element. Okay, here we go, and that's the sun coming into your energy. See, it's the universe has your back, it's behind you, guiding your way, leading you forward. So it says solar force action, achievement, and masculine energy. The cheetah is the epitome, sorry. The cheetah is the epitome of the solar forces at work. The sun doesn't shine onto the cheetah. It shines from inside this great creature and expands outward to brighten the universe. The energy within a cheetah personality is palpable to others, and they naturally attract an audience to bear witness to their remarkable achievements. Purpose and passion are the best fuel for the cheetah's forward momentum. So if you're lacking in these areas, connect to why before you start running. And that's why the question, I want to know what love is. That's your driving force. Because really, achieves anything, boundless energies, when out of balance, impatient, competitive, to bring into balance, reconnect to purpose. Spirit has been moving you into the direction that you need to allow them to move you into better timelines. They're moving you into a higher timeline because you have the energy to do what you need to do. And what I wanted to say before, did I lose it? That's what it was. You are love. And we have to remember that we're not disconnected from it at all. That you are always, always connected to love. So you want to know what love is? You want to know how it feels? Love and feel yourself. And you'll feel such deep levels. Because real love starts from within. Okay? Hopefully that made sense. There was a lot of energy, but I love it. Thank you very much. I sent it to with lots of love and good intentions. Hope it helps you now and in the future. And thank you very much. Let's give these a shuffle. Have a drink of water. Salvina. Salvina? Is she here? The sun is just energy for me. I don't think it's a spiritual nature. I feel like it is, it just exists as it is. Okay, Salvina, all right. All right, Salvina, she's here. Thank you, Salvina. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, Salvina, so if you take 3 deep breaths, slowly, breathing in, breathing out, and then it just opens up the heart chakra a little bit, and then we can really tap in and create that Wi-Fi connection. I got raindrops keep falling on my head, so there has been a heavy time or an emotional time for you. Yeah, but Spirit is actually really asking you to not take it as a negative, because there's many times in which the rain is nourishing and you may be not open to receive the nourishment from Spirit, or may feel like I need the energy to be more attuned to what I need at this time. But Spirit knows better, and we have to understand the reason why I say that. is because a lot of us have to be here now. So there was a message that I got earlier, which was, you belong here and now in this time, space, and dimension, in this life, or on this planet, in this life, and in this body. And the reason why I say that is because many of us want to be something else and want to be somewhere else except here and now, in this life and in this body. But there's a reason why you're here, because there's something special, especially at this time. This is a critical moment of time. Like, we're talking time, not just like today or in this moment, but in the scheme or time frame of things. This is a critical time in Earth's history, and you're here for it, to witness what's going to happen, the changes that are going to start taking place in our society. And each of us has something, some kind of gift, knowledge, awareness, whether it's boosting another, whether it's just generating energy, but we have a special purpose of why we're here and now. And a lot of us chose to be here now. If you believe in reincarnation and coming back, we actually, with the soul collective intelligence, chose each and every step in which we took so far. And in the future, everything is already mapped out. But what happens is we choose it from a higher mindset, from a very unlimited space, because we see all, know all. And so when we think, from the soul mind or the soul collective energy and intelligence, we think, well, that's going to be easy to overcome. We'll be able to get through this. We'll be able to get through this. We'll be able to get through this. And then there's the moment that you come into the earth and then you forget. Because you can't take that knowledge with you in this life. Okay? So it feels like you have to actually start appreciating being here with yourself in this time now. And not to try to be too controlling or heavy-handed with how the energy shows itself to you. Because it's trying to give you things, but you're not open-minded or open-hearted to receive. And that's pretty much where we start blocking our blessings, because we don't even know the difference between something negative and what a blessing is. And I'm not saying it to be negative, but it's sort of like there has to come a moment in your time, in your journey, where you're aware of this. But guess what? That soul intelligence, even though we cannot know it in the moment of, conception, even though that's really important for other people in other countries right now, but if you just think about that spark of life, that soul wisdom travels with us through our lives, and it's through the intentions and inspired actions, the healing, the letting go, the releasing, that we slowly awaken that knowledge within us. So we remove what no longer resonates with us, or what's become old programming. We start letting go of the old programming, and it kicks in the DNA to activate new programs. But the new programs are also programs from our own divinity. Like, it's quite big, and it's sort of like we have to understand that we're here now because we're supposed to be. So I'm going to pull some cards, because that gets like way too far out for everybody. But there's a time where it jumped out. I hate it when they do that. Just felt like it got yanked out of my hand. Yeah. Okay. Also, another person that's feeling a lot of pain. You're actually transmuting a lot of pain? Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. So, we're in a very heavy state. Your heart chakra is really, really sensitive. And what's causing it is all the disruption around you. Feels like there's a toxic energy around you that's causing you a lot of pain and heartache. But you need to find the strength to rise above this, because this is not good energy to sit with. Okay? So you have miracles in reverse. So this is the struggle. Everyone's not believing in miracles right now. Miracles in reverse. And then you have frog spirit, clear out the clutter. And I'm getting a song which is coming in, which is interesting. With that, as soon as I touched it, it started singing. So it's just letting me know. So I get a lot of repeated songs because they allow me to know what's going on. And it says here, what the song is, what the world needs now is love, sweet love. Da, 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 da. It's just too little of. So in your life, it's really hard because you have a lot of blockages in your energy, because it's almost like I get to the point where I want to feel it and then I block it, because it's almost like I glitch out. It's just how it feels. Like, I think you have to just let yourself go through the full process, and instead of trying to avoid this emotional healing that's going on in your energy, just let it. And yes, you have a sensitive heart, and yes, you probably have been around someone that's been really, really toxic. But sometimes we choose that, because what would you learn from that? What would you learn from that? Thank you. I don't spy on other people's energy. So if you're asking for someone that's not in this space, you won't get that from me, because it's unethical. It's unethical. Just saying. And it's not, it's just for me. That's just how I have it. But anyway, it just feels like you have to choose to be strong at this time. Frog spirit, clear out the clutter, you know. The clutter is the emotional clutter. This is the raindrops that keep falling on your head. You know, raindrops keep falling on my head. Da, 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 da. You've gotten so used to being unhappy that you actually expect that from people too, to be negative or toxic to you, to treat you a certain way. And here we have the lamb, you know. Real strong sensitivity here. You know, this tenderness, because you haven't been nurtured the right way. You haven't been loved the way you needed. Maybe for a very long time. Maybe forever. But to stay in a negative space because you haven't been given love, that's a choice at a certain point, you know, especially if you become aware of it. But we're going to read lamb out real quick, which is of the earth element. The lamb's not a negative energy either. It just says that for me, that your empathy is on high alert, that you're vigilant, and also can be quite, life can be quite overwhelming and painful to you at times. So let's see what the lamb. Okay. Because I feel like the lamb actually shows your true personality. But here we go. It is peaceful, prophetic, and patient. The lamb is the bearer of an important message. See what I mean? That's why you're here and now, because you have something inside you that needs to be brought forward. It contains its contents can only be heard when a deep level of quiet has been established. Lamb energy is the honest guidance you hear from an old friend, a young child, or sometimes a surprising stranger. Though the lamb's message may channel through another person, the wisdom resonates within you. Hey, funny how they line up like that, eh? Didn't even know the meaning to this one. It will repeat and reverberate until you listen. Approach this gentle creature with utmost patience and reverence. Truth is a gift. Sit still, listen, and receive. It says, when in balance, knowingness, inner peace. When out of balance, quiet, timid, concerned. To bring into balance, meditation and listening. Okay? So, for me, that's literally who you are. You are the lamb. So it's either a sacrifice that you're deciding to take, or choosing to allow yourself to be, you know, butchered by life because of this really deep space. So it's almost like you have to understand, hey, you are the miracle. Remember, you have a special message inside of you that needs to come forward, or something that needs to awaken within you. So it's learning to turn this energy of miracles don't work for me, but actually realizing that you are one, or that you can receive one, and clearing out the clutter. Like I said, when we start letting go of old programming and welcoming new programs, we initiate ourselves into understanding what we need to do in this life. And you have a message, you have a gift, something in there that needs to be awakened, but you have to choose it. No one else can do the work for you. No one else can carry you over the line. Only you can choose to do this for you, and then start walking towards it. So I send that to you with lots of love, Salvina. Hopefully that made sense to you, and allows you to get some guidance at this time, and in the future. So thank you very much. All right, T. Thank you, T. Ooh. I'm just going to shuffle these up, have a drink of water. Lots going on in your energy. It's just jumping out like crazy. But, oh. What did I say? And this one. Just take a drink of water. So I'm replenished. So as you may know, I drink a lot of water because it's a great conduit. As when you start really connecting into people's energy, it can be very, very depleting. You get very hot. I've actually got the heater on, so I've been quite cold, but I'm very warm right now. All right, T, let's tap in. I like that because it's been the song that's been coming to me all weekend. And the song is Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper. Now, I really love the song because it seemed to be the theme of my weekend. And it was the song, if you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. When you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. Love is a constant in your life, whether you know it or not. Love loves you even when you are unlovable. And love is sometimes spirit, love is sometimes energy, love is sometimes someone from another place focusing their energy towards you. And it feels like anytime you've needed help, I'm going to say this is of the spiritual nature. Anytime you've needed help, Spirit has stepped forward to help you. Anytime you felt alone, Spirit has kept you company. Anytime you needed connection, Spirit has been the bridge. I feel like you're actually quite spiritual by nature. I feel like you actually really, it's something that I've learned for myself. My intuition is like breathing. It's a natural thing for me to do. I do this normally, like, when I'm with my kids, I'm a mum. When I'm with my mum, I'm a kid. I'm a daughter. I'm a grown woman, or whatever it is I'm needed. But when I'm out in the world, I'm the person that's needed. And it's not that I'm a chameleon. It's just that I'm multifaceted like a diamond. And that brings value to the world. And it's sort of like, I feel like you've moved more deeply into your space. And that Spirit is actually, this is something that Spirit would always tell me too, is that whenever you need us, we're always there. Always there. It's something they would always say. We're always there. And I feel like if you needed a little bit of backup or support, they'll be there for you. All you have to do is either ask for them or tap into that energy and open up to receive their support. Because everybody needs love and support sometimes, and a solution may not always be clear. So that's when we ask from the universe, hey, I need some love and support at this time. I would really appreciate that, So if you are moving more in that spiritual space, know that often sometimes spiritual people have to ask for help too. All right, let's pull some cards. Time of great change. Shiz. What did I say? What did I say? I love it when it works out in my favor when the cards actually say what I say. But anyway, I really like this. I really like the set of cards that I'm seeing right now because it's sort of like, okay, let's just show you. New beginnings. That's sunrise, which I love. This is when dawn has broken. So, you know, it's darkest before dawn, right? And then you get dawn and it's sort of like that first break of light breaks through, comes over the mountains and just lights up the way. And the thing is, when it lights up the way, it shows the pathway forward. So it feels like you've actually been through a very negative or hard time or just a low period. And I may say time, but it may just be like a day or two that have been a bit rough. It's like, why is it getting rough? Because it's darkest before dawn. It's darkest just before the big shift to the illumination of your pathway or solutions that you may need. Something good's coming forward. That's why I just heard it really loud. And we have snake spirit, time to heal. And I really like that, shedding old skin, letting go of what big major changes in your life too. Like these are power moves. You know, energetic power moves. These are things that people do. They create a new beginning because something in them's choosing to leave and something new stepping in, you know. And in doing that, really awakening things within us. So here you have the dragon as your personality, element of spirit. Do, 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 do. Was it? Oh no, I don't want to sing that song for you because you might. It's like right into the danger zone. Well, I was singing Twilight Zone, but you know, I couldn't sing it. But it just feels like that. It's momentum. Because it's like this, Spirit says to me, if you are able to see this blessing coming in and do the action required, you'll actually start seeing what you need right in front of you, almost like magic. So that's what it says. For some odd reason, it feels like the light is breaking in your life, like breaking the darkness, because it's time for you to see something or be aware of something that you may not have necessarily been in the conscious knowledge of before. But you're ready now. You're ready to see something. And it's weird because I'm definitely seeing you seeing something. But what's keeps drawing me back is the snake spirit, time to heal. As it's casting, it's shedding its skin. But it's that number 55 that keeps stepping in and they keep saying great changes are happening in your life. So let's read the dragon real quick. Right into the danger zone. The dragon is the third chakra. It's the solar plexus. Okay, so you have dragon. Sorry, I'm taking my time here. Seeing one's most true self, which I really love, and balancing the ego. All right. The dragon sees everything. Its essence has been with us since before our first breath and will be there at our last. It watches us navigate the external world as well as our inner world. When dragon energy is awakened, we are courageous, visionary, and we can easily drop into witness consciousness, which is stepping back and observing. So it's where we learn to let go of the emotions. So witness consciousness is where we learn to step back out of situations, to watch and observe without being emotionally connected or overwhelmed by it. Okay, it is almost as if we're traveling with a great friend inside of ourselves. When we look in the mirror deep into our eyes, we may even glimpse the self behind the self, the one who is watching us. This is the power of the dragon, breathing transformative fire into every cell of our bodies. Witnessing this omnipotent energy, even for a brief moment, helps us surrender and let go, to let the dragon guide us. We hop on its back for a ride, and as we traverse even the most difficult terrain, the dragon's eyes see beauty everywhere. I really like that. And only because when you really tap into signs and synchronicities and into your intuition or into your nature, you actually find that the world becomes more beautiful. A lot of people say the truth makes the world ugly, and that's only if you see through the truth. But if you speak the truth, live the truth, believe the truth, but see with love, then you realize how beautiful the world is around you. Not just the world, but everything, little things, sound, color, the glints, glimpsing into someone's eye and seeing the light sparkle, things like that. You find real beauty in things and people, and you become very passionate about your life. It says the dragon's eyes see beauty everywhere. It is said that if a yogi does not see beauty in the world, their Anji is dim. Anji is described as inner fire or sacred intelligence. May even just the mention of the dragon stir the embers of intelligence within you. So when I started opening up, I was met by a black dragon, and he gave me a golden egg. And that was the first time I started to get visual aspects of my gifts, was when I was met by a dragon. So that's why I said, ooh, I could tell something spiritual and intuitive was coming towards you. So hopefully that made sense. Thank you very much, T. It feels like you've got a lot going on, a lot of awakening within you. You're letting go of old habits, welcoming in something new, and a blessing is on its way to you at this time, which is awesome. Thank you very much, T. Send that to you with lots of love and good intentions, just in case I didn't say that. Whew. Marguerite. Marguerite. You're very welcome. Marguerite. Let's say hello, Marguerite. Hello. That was awesome. That was an awesome reading. And it's weird because sometimes when I read like that, I remember those stages for me, like we're all on the same path, we're just in different stages of awareness. So for me, since I've been on this for a little bit and just trudging forward every day, sometimes through the mud, sometimes over water, sometimes underwater, sometimes over bridges, sometimes on concrete, but still choosing to step forward despite the path ahead. You find that you just start naturally moving into spaces that you feel guided to, and things develop. Okay, thank you. Angels are with us. Yes, they are, always. I love that. I love that title. So if you just like to take 3 deep breaths, and while I ground down into the energy, and even if you haven't finished breathing, if I start talking, just complete the 3 breaths, and it just helps you be able to open up and receive what comes in. Thank you. Okay, yeah, so I hear Prince, and it's Diamonds and Pearls by Prince. So that lets me know. And I love this particular song when I hear it for people, because for me, songs mean something to me. And for me, Diamonds and Pearls by Prince. If I gave you diamonds and pearls, would you be a happy boy or a girl? All I can do is just offer you my love. So for me, that particular song actually means that you're learning the value of who you are and what you have. I am worthy. I am enough. I am loved, I am authentic. You know, it's like learning to embrace those energies. And the cool thing is also the pearl of wisdom. So you're getting illumination in your life where you're starting to embrace who you are as a person, and B, you're actually taking on that pearl of wisdom, the soul wisdom within you, or connecting to a much more peaceful way of accessing solutions or knowledge. You know, it's not just so very analytical and science-based. It's stepping into other different areas of energies. They're saying vortices. I don't know what that means, but it's like more than one vortex of energy. Like you're, instead of having all your eggs in one basket, now you're placing golden eggs in every basket, because it's sort of like in each space there is a truth and an opportunity, which is a widening of the perspective that you currently, or you have had in the past. Okay, let's pull some cards. I like that. Sorry. Okay. So you have fulfillment, which I really like. Fulfillment. You have the bee spirit in reverse and challenge, which is sweet results await. And you have the elephant in challenge as well. So what I got from that is not knowing what you want and walking towards that, but not knowing what your sacred purpose or purpose in this life is. It's sort of like, I know what I want to achieve, like I see the results, but I don't know the process in which I'm supposed to go forward or do or act upon. So for me, the bee spirit, sweet results await. It feels like you're being hyperactive, busy like a bee, moving around constantly, fluttering from here, fluttering from here and there, moving from flower to flower. That's what I mean. It's all eggs in all baskets, like seeds growing. But yet, with sweet results await, you might be a little bit impatient, because it feels like your movement's being restricted. So I think for you, if I could just say what I feel off the top of my head with this fulfillment energy is, like I said, I know what I want, I know where to get it, but I don't know how to get there, or what vehicle I have to take, or what that vehicle would look like, or where it will actually take me. Is it reliable? Because that's how it feels. You know you've got something to give with this fulfillment card. To give, probably from your intuition too, would be perfect for you. But I don't know how to get it properly. And that sweet results away. Sorry, it's the way your mind works. Because I'm picking up on it. It's like I said before, it's like not so much analytical or scientific. It's like I'm getting a lot of factors coming in. Details, like trying to narrow down the details. You're very detail orientated. And that's a good thing, but Spirit is so very open. So what? Everything's a detail. And then it asks questions. And then I have to find answers. And it gets frustrating. And that's why you feel held back. You know what you want, you know how to get there, but you don't know how you're going to get there. The process. And here's the cool thing about Spirit. You're not supposed to know the process. You're supposed to go with your intuition or trust in Spirit to guide you. And they may create obstacles specifically to hold you back, because here's the elephant, or what I would refer to as Ganesha. Now, Ganesha is of the fire element, by the way. He's about pinpoint focus, right? It's in reverse for you, so definitely, I don't know, might be a bit challenging. But he is the remover of obstacles, but if need be, also creates obstacles. That's his interesting skill, is that he can remove it or put it in your place, and it feels like he's putting things in the way, because you need to learn to slow down. You need to learn to savor the sweetness of life, to bite that peach, and instead of thinking about all the pesticides and chemicals, all the factors that it took to grow this peach, to just enjoy the peach, the taste. Let the juice get everywhere, all over your hands, and enjoy it, and savor it, and treasure it, because you'll never have a peach just like that peach the moment you choose to sit in the moment and be. And that's why the bee's in reverse. You haven't learnt to be. That's why Ganesha won't move forward. It keeps you stuck, because he wants to slow things down. The universe does it. So Ganesha's the deity. But if I just understand the elephant energy, it's just that it wants to slow you down. Because I say this all the time. You can't go from A to Z and skip A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You've got to do the full alphabet before you get to Z or Z. You've got to complete the steps. And instead of being in the head where you're almost distracted, to choose to focus on the heart space and enjoy. Sweet results await, it says. Savor your life. Savor the time. Enjoy your life, and then things will open up faster for you. Learning to be is actually really, really hard for many people who are high-functioning overthinkers. Learning to be means learning to be still, learning to be patient, learning to be quiet, to quieten the mind, or let the mind speak for a time and then allow it to just go into nothingness. I learned how to be by doing nothing at all, which pisses people off, I can tell you that. But the more I do nothing, the more I become everything. And it's just the way I see the world. And I think that's pretty much where you need to be. Is to be. Hopefully that makes sense, Margaret. I'm going to send that to you with lots of love and good intention. And thank you very much. I hope that helps you now and in the future. And that it made sense. Thank you, Marguerite. Grant, midnight. Meditation, yeah. I just ground me. I ground in the moment. Meditation can be 5 hours. Meditations can be 1 minute. It just depends on how much you need to sink down into nothingness, which is everythingness too. Hi there, I'll open up the list in about 2 people. Okay, awesome. Thank you for being... yep, and after Grant and Kimberly. Hi, Kai's here. After Grant and Kimberly, so I've got 2 more. I'm going to do Grant right now. I'm just going to shuffle up these cards, take a drink of water, and then I'm going to ground down into your energy. or your personality is taking a hammering grant. Midnight. Some changes afoot. All right. All right. So if you take 3 deep breaths, just nice and slow, all the way in and all the way out. Open up that heart chakra and crown chakra for me, and we'll create that connection. Hopefully bring forward the message that you need for your highest good, highest purpose in this life. So you may have resonated with other pieces of people's readings as well, little bits that made sense to you. I feel like the song that keeps coming for me is free, free, set them free. So for me, that is a mindset that you're trying to get free of or break out of limitations placed upon you by yourself or by others. So, okay, I'm sorry, this is where it comes from. Sometimes you got to get out of your own way as well. Sorry, they wanted to push that in there because I can feel that. So hard-headed sometimes. I feel like you're getting grelly. Hard to change your mind about things. I'm getting a lot of tingles here. You're very rooted in the past. So, that sounded weird, but that's not what I meant. It just means that, you reflect a lot about the past. For you, the past is like a learning space. Like, what did I do wrong back then that I can not do wrong now? So you've come into a situation that you're trying to be better in this round or this pattern, or you're in a situation that's re-triggered some kind of memory about a situation you were in before. So if you're repeating patterns, you may be stuck in a cycle. So I'm just being mindful of that. And what they're saying about the being rooted in the past is like, this is a space in which you reflect to learn from, which is really, really good, but very limiting in its perception, because what you knew in the past or what you saw in the past was through eyes that had not yet discovered who they really were, is what they're saying to me. So if you can understand where I'm coming from, so sorry. Like you're asking for, but it makes sense. Oh, sorry. Saying sorry, like they're interrupting me. Okay. It's not that your past is harmful. It's just the mindset in which you had back then was not beneficial to you. But as part of an evolution, the butterfly will often reflect on the caterpillar, because it's the caterpillar who adds value to the butterfly. So that's why for me they're trying to explain why the past is important to you. And that's why you won't shift about certain things. Like, I feel like it's more like a traditional space for you. Like, I'm very set there. This is what, it's like, this is what my dad did, what my grandfather did. It's like that. Or my mum, or my auntie, or my cousin. They did this. It'll work for me. Because you put a lot of value into your loved ones and the memories. If not, then people you would consider close to you. Okay, I'm just going to say this, and I hope this makes sense. But we've been watching you. We've been keeping a keen eye on you. And I feel like that comes from some other place. Not necessarily from just your spiritual guides. Someone's been watching over you quite carefully, keeping tabs. But I do feel like you're in a life review, so it's not a negative thing. Sometimes we can learn from the past to allow us to move forward in better ways in the future. Let's pull some cards. Okay. How many cards is that? That's a lot of cards, grand. Well, hey. Okay. It gives me a giggle when it just flicks like that. It freaks me out. Oh. Okay. I don't know where this is going to go, but we're just going to go with it, alright? It's always interesting. There's always that one reading that, like, gets me, you know? And here we have, so we'll just pull the cards. So you got a lot of cards that fell out, and I was like, oh, come on. They're like, just do it. I'm like, okay, fine, do it. I do it. So here we have embracing. Here we have pleasure. And the challenge, and the only card that's challenged in your life is purification. Oh, in your life, in your cards tonight. And then you have starfish spirit, open to infinite possibility. And you got the golden egg, which I really love, the golden egg. Put a smile on my face, smile on my dial. So here we have embracing pleasure and purification in reverse. So you may be just struggling with letting go of some toxic traits or negativity, or some person is very still much in your life, then their energy is not good, because it feels like this card stands alone but is connected to your energy. All right, the purification, the challenge is not so much yourself, because you're learning that I'm just going to bring this to your attention. But if you look in these two cards, both of them, they have like these little speckles of light all around the pictures. For me, that's always something that I've considered to be surrounded by loved ones or your spiritual team. That's what I always say, this is something that reminds me that, you know, you have a lot of spiritual energy around you. But embracing more of what makes you happy. Now, pleasure is about, you know, like the physical stuff, but other things can create a physical pleasure. So if you smell something beautiful, you know, really appreciating that. But for me, it's sort of just like I'm moving into a space. I'm embracing who I am in my entirety, but I'm walking to a space that allows me to change. So it's sort of like, for me, because I said before, why are you so stubborn? You know, there's like this weird feeling I get here. It's like, oh, like you've knocked heads with a few people, and you refuse to shift your opinion or view of somebody or something, because you know you see them. But as you're trying to embrace something more pleasurable to you, or a better lifestyle, manifesting something that's a lot more intuitive for you, or a lot more insightful for you, as you're starting to embrace that, you're also starting to see what does not belong to you anymore. And here with the starfish spirit, open to infinite possibility, this is really good, because the starfish is just a symbol of the stars. You know, it's the pentagram, so the 5-pointed star. And it's sort of like a good luck symbol, or a symbol of protection as well. And so it feels like here, sort of what I want to say, what's drawing me in, is that you've got the kotaku. So if you can understand, they wade through like shallow waters, same as the starfish. It sort of swims around the shallow waters, around the rocks. So it feels like you don't often like to overload yourself with emotion. Like being too emotional is not something you feel comfortable with. So you kind of just keep things light. That's why I would just kind of leave the door open, you know. I just leave the door open a little bit, just so that if anything wants to come in or leave, it's okay. It feels like, for me, to truly embrace who you are, you've got to go a little bit deeper. Starfish 59 breaks down to a 5. Something has to change. And it's more like, instead of it being open to infinite possibility, really narrowing things down to your top 5, like a bucket list. Not a hit the bucket list, but like a bucket list of things you want to do. And go about doing them. Because here you have the golden egg, which is a golden opportunity for me, which I really love, the golden egg. And the thing that I have an emotional attachment to this card, because I got handed a golden egg and by a dragon, and then over time Spirit kept trying to hand me this golden egg, and I kept trying to give it back to them. And it's like, thank you, and then giving it back, but then they wanted me to have this golden egg, and then I found that, you know, I thought, oh my God, I actually realized what this is. And they were giving me my worth back. They were teaching me that I was worthy enough of my life, and that I belonged here, and that I was enough, and that I had to learn to take this golden opportunity, which is alchemy, right? Turning something leaden into gold, something burdensome into an opportunity. And I feel like if these cards are going all over the show, you have an opportunity presented to you. The only obstacle is this purification in reverse or in challenge mode. And for me, that feels like somebody or something or some kind of belief from the past. Because when the golden egg presents itself, it's important. It's time to listen. So let me read it. Plus also the element of spirit. And you have a lot of spiritual attention right now. And the golden egg is in the heart chakra, Anahata. So it says here, message at the center of the heart, the unstruck sound. Within the golden egg lives a precious sound. Deep within that sound resides a message. The sound cannot be heard, nor the message discerned, until we retreat from the noise of modern day life. The magical essence of the golden egg needs warmth, quiet, and a time to unfold. No rushing, pushing, or grasping. Find a place of deep and restful ease, perhaps through yoga or meditation. If you do not yet have a meditation practice, take some time for introspection, which you've been doing, or contemplation. When the mind begins to settle and the breath is calm, ask the question that weighs heaviest on your heart, staying open to any response you hear. Engaging with the energy of the golden egg is an advanced practice. It requires becoming intimate with our very essence and comfortable with vulnerability. When a feeling of tenderness or gratitude arises from deep within you, know that you are well on your way. Your chest may swell like you are seeing an old friend that's been away for a long, long time. Listen to the message you've been waiting to tell you. I don't know why I got emotional at that point. Listen to the message they've been waiting to tell you. And that message is they've been keeping an eye on you, haven't they? For a long time. Watching over you when you need them. Guiding you to a better way. You know, guiding you out of negativity into a better space. Leading you to opportunities, because when you are open to infinite possibility. I love that golden egg. Okay. You are worthy, Grant. You are worthy. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I send it to you with lots of love and good night. Good night. And good intentions. Sorry, I don't know why my energy is going a bit weird. But thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Kimberly. Kimberly's the last one before I open up the next round of bliss. Oh, I've got to bring my brain back. Hang on, guys. Let me have some water and take a deep breath. Thank you. Thank you, Ground. Peace of mind, yeah. Whew. All right. I'm going to let myself come back to myself. All right, Kimberly, I'm just going to shuffle these cards, have a quick drink of water, and then I will tap down into your energy, ground down into your energy, and create the connection. You just have to take 3 deep breaths, slowly and deeply, just to relax and open up the heart chakra, the crown chakra, and create that connection with me. Still giving too much, Kimberly? Still giving too much of yourself? You feel tense? Apprehensive? Feel tightness right across my belly? Feels like there's a disturbance in the force in your life. Some kind of glitch or disturbance, distortion. What's going on? I feel heaviness. I don't know if you've been feeling heavy. It feels weird. Might have been your energy. I could feel slipping out. Weird. Finding it hard to say your truth. Did we have this last time? Your soul may come to me, but nothing's coming in because what I'm getting a lot of heaviness. So we're just going to break that, change that energy up. We're just going to pull some cards. Sorry, my facials. So I'm getting... They went flying out, by the way. Okay. Oh, Lord. Whoa, Kimberly, what's going on in your energy? There's a lot of heaviness around you right now, and it's hard for me because I'm in my light body, and it's hard to tap into that or like move past it. So I just have to say what I can feel. So here we have miracles in reverse as your challenge. So straight up, you're not in a good space. We're feeling a little bit, and I would say I feel like there's positivity there, but for some odd reason it just doesn't feel like things are getting through. That's how it feels like. There's like a surge of energy, then a stop, and then like there's flicking. which it's really hard to hold your energy. But anyway, we come back. Miracles in reverse is the challenge. And then we have Bobcat Spirit, life is a mystery. And then you have Bear and Rabbit as your personality. Now, I'm going to pull myself away from that miracles because that feels... But what happened, what it pushed me in, is that underneath, I just happened to... Usually I just put it straight down. So if a card underneath shows itself to me, and I take notice of it, it's usually because I'm supposed to. But underneath the deck, I got Vulture and Challenge. So it's a hard space. It's a very hard space. And the Vulture is a necessary part of release. But in Challenge, there's something not quite being let go of. And if you can see, it actually moves between life and death, like in the space in between. So this is why I'm feeling a little bit weird in your energy. Because I would be mindful for you to be mindful about what kind of spiritual practices you're bringing in or tapping into or learning about, because something is not quite right and I don't like how it's sitting. And I don't feel like it's because of just you, but it just feels like you need to be very mindful about how your energy is working right now. Here we have Bear and Rabbit teamed up together, which is an interesting combo. Because the bear is about the slow awakening to a slow spiritual awakening, but still in the dream stage, is still not quite fully aware or open. And then the rabbit is hyper vigilant. It's very sensitive and very, what's the word? Not flicky. Not fragile, but it's an F word, it'll come to me. So it feels like, it's almost like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And then you have that vulture over there, which kind of creates like, it's sort of like the death card, like something looming in reverse, but also something not willing to change. So I'm going to read the bear and the rabbit real quick. Bear. Oh, there's rabbit. And they're both of the earth element, which is kind of good. Maybe this is an indication to do more grounding. And if grounding isn't working, doing more quiet time or stillness, connecting with nature. Where's the bear? Okay. So here we have bear. And it says, waking from spiritual slumber, beginning anew. After a long winter, the bear arises from deep slumber. At first, the movement and effort are difficult, but the bear knows it's time to awaken and move towards the dawning light. The bear card presents an individual on the cusp of new directions and personal transformation. The initial weeks and months of the spiritual quest may feel tricky, cumbersome, and full of obstacles, but you have no choice, bear. Winter wanes, the warmth of spring emerges, and your transformation begins. When in balance, inner strength, yearning to grow. When out of balance, withdrawal, lethargy, and heaviness, to bring into balance movement and exercise. And it's weird because it feels like you move between the bear and the rabbit. So the rabbit is afraid of everything and overwhelmed and frozen. The rabbit loves to remind his friends that someday the eagle will swoop down and eat him. He talks and talks and talks about it, so loudly in fact that one day the eagle hears and thanks him for the great idea. Rabbit energy is alive when we are scared, most often about the future, and we become our own worst enemy. We spin up a dust cloud of fear and then complain to others that we are lost. Notice your thoughts and words. Oh, rabbit, they shape your destiny. So quality of thoughts, quality of mind, okay? And it says, when in balance, sensitive, problem solver, good listener, listener. When out of balance, over-explains, talks fast. To bring into balance, a day of silence. So yeah, it's just learning to, like I said, ground down into your earth energy, being in the body, being still, or learning to be as well. But here is your thing. Life is a mystery. You cannot control everything. Miracles do happen. So if you feel a little bit down on your luck, it's a really good time to remember that miracles do happen for me and I can have them. So I'm going to also read this vulture, which is right. Oh my God, went straight to it. That we have here. So vulture. So this is upright, but I feel like I should read it too because it wants to jump out. It says, guardian and purifier, essential for rebalance. The vulture is perhaps the most misunderstood creature of all. This intriguing bird balances our ecosystem and prevents the spread of disease. It does the dirty work that no one else wants to do and cleans up our messes. The vulture appears when there's a situation that needs to be purified or brought back into balance. Remember, the vulture is greatly undervalued. What you thought was a mistake or tragedy is a blessing in disguise. And it says here, when in balance, clarifies, reveals wisdom. When out of balance, dramatic, aggressive. To bring into balance, clean your space. And it says, or sage. So we know that the vulture is actually out of balance. So things aren't being purified in your space. And this may be a call for shadow work. Because it feels like you're awakening to a spiritual journey, but finding it really hard about the process of it, because sometimes when you don't know things, people want to know the answers, but you're never going to find the answer if you don't learn to be quiet and let the answer come to you. And that's because life is a mystery and you're only supposed to know things when you're supposed to know it. And sometimes when we're not open or understanding of what's going on with us, we think we're not deserving or worthy to receive. So even though your energy felt really, really heavy, it's just that it's time to do the shadow work. Shadow work is you work, remember? Please don't spam. Shadow work is you work. And so you have to learn to be you and be, like, I don't know if you've seen the message I put up, and it was like, you belong here and now, in this time, this space, this dimension, on this earth, in this life, and in this body. You belong here and now. And it's a choice we have to make at some part of our journey where we decide that we actually are supposed to be here. A lot of us are like, I'm not supposed to be here. I shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening. Things, da 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 da. But that we have to realize that, well, I'm here now, so I might as well do the best I can do. You know what I mean? And learning to sort of be on guard about the quality of our thoughts and how we think about ourselves. Okay, so I'm sorry, it's probably not the groundbreaking reading that you wanted, Kimberly, but it is a really strong indication that you need to do some clearing and purifying of your energy, to allow yourself to be still and at peace, to let the mystery of life unfold, and to remember and always remember that you are worthy and miracles do happen. Okay, so thank you, Kimberly. I sent it to you with lots of love and good intentions. Hopefully that made sense to you and wasn't too negative. So thank you very much. Okay, guys. I'm just going to ring my bowl here for a moment, get some purification in my energy. And lets me have a little bit of a break, because I know everyone's going to spam me for wanting a reading, but I'm a one-man band besides my beautiful mods out there helping me. Or mod, I think it's only one. So this is the heart chakra singing bowl that I have. My cousin gifted this to me when I did a reading, and it was like one of my most favorite gifts I ever got, because I was so heart focused and heart orientated, and I love this particular bowl. And I don't know if you can hear it because I'm not doing it very loud. It's funny because I got that song. Life is a mystery. Everyone must stay alone. I hear you call my name, and it feels like home. Oh, but I hit with a bit of heavy energy, but that's okay. All we do is transmute that shit into love, and nothing can get us. Alright. Okay, guys. Round 3. So if everyone would like a reading, please put their name forward. Oh. Okay. Let's go. I'm just going to open my eyes. Hannah. Oh, she's Fetu. Please be here when I read out your name. Oh, I saw a name I want to read. Oh my gosh, where are you? Lillian. Okay, let's let them go. Sophie. There was one. Was it Jamie? And Layla. Okay, guys, I'm going to do these names. I've got Hannah, Fetu, Lillian, Sophie, Jamie, and Layla. And then I will open again in the next round. So I'm sorry if you didn't make it. Please be patient with me. I'm here for a few hours, so it's okay. Oh, hang on, where are we at? I'm here for another hour. We'll see how we go. Sometimes I can go a little bit longer. Sorry, okay. So Hannah, I'm just shuffling these decks. If you'd like to take 3 deep breaths while I ground down into your energy, I'm just going to take a quick drink of water. And then we're just going to get straight into it. Okay, so I'm getting Whitney Houston, I'll be your baby tonight. And this is the message that I got for this particular song for you, Hannah, is that you need to find the people that allow you to be you, so you don't have to always change to either keep them happy or to fit in. It feels like you're having to change a lot and give a lot of yourself to people who may not necessarily appreciate the true, authentic Hannah that actually exists. But Spirit loves that Hannah. Spirit really loves that Hannah. And Spirit wants that Hannah to exist now. And that may mean that you are hiding a lot of your true essence from people, because the people that you do have around you don't appreciate you in your true light, in your true self, and in your truth. And that sucks when you've got to suppress yourself, and it's no good and it's detrimental to your energy. So if you are doing that, please stop. You are enough to be you as you need to be in this world. And if you're going to show up for yourself first. Okay? So I'm going to pull some cards real quick. Ooh. Okay. I'm just going to pull all 3 cards. I can usually just do 1 card, but Oh, Hannah. What's going on with you? You got peacock energy. Hannah, your cards are really, really interesting. You've got wisdom. By the way, my name means wisdom. Sonia actually means wisdom in either Greek or something else. But I'm just saying. But here we have wisdom. And then you got pig spirit with use your mind wisely. So there's some kind of wisdom that needs to either take... Okay, thanks. All right. And then you got peacock energy. So this is actually your real personality. All right. So with this wisdom card, it gave me Ariel. All right. So as you can see, there is a mermaid in there. And when I went to say, so there's some, and then I stopped, is because they said, the little mermaid. Sorry, I drank water. The little mermaid, Ariel. And what did she do? She saw someone, she saw the Prince Charming, and she went and she lost her voice to sacrifice to be a part of this man's life because she loved him, right? I get it. And it's almost like in doing that, you've become less of who you were, and you're in a space that's surrounded by people that are completely different. You know what I mean? And so there has to be some wisdom inside of you that you need to access, that you need to move or shift into a space in which you are thriving, because it feels like you're lonely at the bottom of the ocean, you know, like, and no one can hear you. And you're actually looking for someone or something to connect to. It can get exhausting, yes. That's what I feel like. The wisdom is that you need to remember who you are so you can connect with heart-like people, or like-minded, like-hearted people. Because you're deep and you're emotional, and I feel like you try to keep it light, or you try to sort of like keep it funny, you know, when things really matter deeply to you. So it's sort of like, I can understand where you can choose the easier road to get you through things or through situations, but I feel like Spirit is actually asking you to go and be yourself, because I feel like in that way you'll actually attract the people that you need. Because, you know, this always reminds me of Babe the Pig. And Babe the Pig, you know, that I really love that particular movie because he was a pig and he was raised by... What was he raised by? Sheep? But wherever he was like the odd one out, you know. And he assimilated, but he used his intelligence to do so. He was a smart little pig. And I'm not saying you're a pig, but it just feels like I can't be myself. Use your mind wisely. I can't be myself, you know, because that's almost that same thing. When pigs fly, you know, that's the only time I'll actually allow to be myself, which is kind of like different and unique. And in learning that you are different and unique and intelligent and deep, that you can learn to truly stand out and be yourself with this peacock energy. Now that's of the air energy as well. So you got water, air, and air. What the pig spirit feels like, because it's got wings, it wants to fly. So let me read the peacock energy. And no, it's not about the whole facade, because you know that's how peacocks live. They got that big, beautiful tail, right? Okay, I need to read this. It says, the beauty of the peacock is unrivaled. It's easy to think it comes from the plumage, but the secret of the peacock is that the beauty resides within and extends outward indefinitely. This adept creature can assimilate or digest all experiences in life, so it does not harbor resentment, conflict, or past pain within its psyche. The peacock type is extremely rare. Not many of us have reached this advanced level of acceptance of the self and others. It says, when in balance, confident and kind. When out of balance, can't digest situations. To bring into balance, meditation on navel. So that's your sacral chakra. But you are this energy. You are the little pig. But I say that with the most heartfelt endearment. You are Babe the Pig. You are going to stand out. You are going to be yourself no matter what. No, even if you have to, let go of places and situations that don't help you. Overcome things that stop you and learn that you are special and rare in your own unique way. Like I said, it's not the plumage. It's the heart within. That's what counts for you. It's like soul wisdom. And the only way you can tap into your soul wisdom is to move at all the layers of density, pain, suffering, and negativity that has been piled on top of it. And also the only way to access that is in the heart. Because where's the seat of your soul? It's in the heart, right? Love that. You are enough to be you. You changed so much to be something for someone. And now it's time to be something for you. All right, so I send it to you with lots of love and good intentions. Hopefully that made sense to you and helps you now and in the future. And thank you very much, Hannah. Fitu, thanks for the likes, follows, shares. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you to my mods and for the comments. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. All right, hi Fitu. Hi Janelle. I'll be opening up my list after I get through Fitu, Lillian, Sophie, Jamie, and Layla. So I have a few. All right, Fitu, if you'd like to take 3 deep breaths, slowly and deeply, just to relax and open up the heart chakra and the crown chakra. And then I'll create the connection by grounding down into your energy for your highest good and sacred purpose in this life. I love the song that stepped forward for me. It's my fight song, which I really like because it's not like a fight song with the beat or the melody, it's the words. And it's a powerful time because I feel like you're embracing who you are, like all of you, like everything about you, which is really important, and standing in the confidence and knowing that this is exactly what you need to do. And that song is Brown Girl by Aradna. So not everyone's gonna know that song. But it's like, I'm more than the color of my skin. I'm a girl who likes to sing. Oh, sorry. That sounded bad. I think my throat's getting sore. So I'm actually gonna play it. And we'll just listen to it. I don't know if anyone else, because we get a little bit international at this point, actually knows this particular song. So let's just jump out of this for a moment and I'll look it up. Sorry. I know he was like, what? But I do this sometimes. Redna, there she is. Is it going to be there? Here it is. So probably play an ad first. So I'll turn it down. It's just the words. So if you know the song, feel free to listen to the song. Is it going to play? Because I feel like if I sang it, it would destroy it. Oh, no ad. Let's just turn it right up. I'm more than the color of my skin. I'm the girl that likes the same. All I know is what's within. Just a brown girl in the rain. Go to school and learn their ways. Don't have to think and what to say. While my mother says to pray, I pray for better days. God, please help them see they ain't no different from me. Not above, not beneath. Teach them equality. I'm not just a brown girl. So you get it. You get it. It's a powerful song when you listen to the words, and I feel like that step forward for me because it feels like words will matter to you right now. This is a really good time for you to find your truth and to really step and lean into that space because there's an ad. Because in this time, it's a really good time to find out who you are, you know, to really access that with conviction. So I really like, it is a beautiful song. So if you don't know, it's Aradna and it is Brown Girl. So just put some meditation music back on. It'll turn on when it's loaded or it won't. So let's pull some cards. So sorry, I had to take that a little bit of time because I don't usually hear songs that I would relate to so closely. But it's learning and breaking out of, you know, molds that don't fit us anymore and that we're in a space of expansion. So we'll see what cards want to come forward for you. Ooh. We'll just take the one that flipped. Song music doesn't want to play right now. Okay, one more. Ooh. Oof. Ooh, Okay, so just give me a sec while I find out what the frick's going on with this. Yep. All right. Okay, so your cards are new beginnings in reverse. So this is a challenge, maybe finding it hard to embark upon a new pathway, or you're on a new pathway but not too sure about where this is leading. You've got owl spirit. You see clearly now. And then you have hummingbird in reverse. So another challenge. But that's your personality that you'll learn a little bit about a little bit more deeply. So it feels like you might be struggling with a new beginning. And what I got for this particular thing is that it's just not, you're on a new path, but it's just not the right time to know this information. Like for me, the new beginnings begin, or when we start it, it may not necessarily be the way we want it to be. That's how it feels like. It's like, I started this path and it was supposed to be actually really, really good for me, but I'm finding that I'm a lot more confused, and B, maybe a little bit more uncomfortable, you know, but that's exactly how it is supposed to be. So the beginning is sometimes a dark phase or a healing phase or a growth phase, and it can be very, very heavy sometimes. And it's sort of like, this isn't how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like, yay, doors opening, things happening, everything's moving in alignment, and I'm getting what I need. And you're like, well, when is this actually going to happen? But sometimes it doesn't happen till we're ready. And it's like, what I want to say with this owl spirit is that sometimes we have to get a clearer idea of what we really need in the darkness. You know, because that's the thing about the owl. That's where it sees the best, is in the darkness, you know. And I feel like you have to see your way through this time, because when it's ready, your path will open up even better and brighter than you know. But you're not quite either through the healing phase, or you haven't quite grasped what you're supposed to go through or come out knowing. But just like go into these spaces without expectations, which I know a lot of us say, oh, no expectations. But in the back of our mind, there's that thought clicking over, tick-tock, not tick-tock, but you know, like ding, 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 you know, how am I going to be able to come out on top in this space? Or, you know, like that thought going in the back of the mind. That's why when you start embracing yourself more, you actually walk more solidly, even though if the path is like treacherous, like I always say, like I show up every day for myself. Sometimes I'm walking, you know, through mud. Sometimes I'm walking through water. Sometimes I'm walking on concrete or a bridge or grass or rocks, but I still choose to walk that path because that's the path I know. That's the path I feel like I'm drawn to. Please be patient, guys. And I just feel like that's pretty much what Spirit's putting you through right now. It's like still learning to show up for yourself, because you're getting closer and closer to knowing who you are. And when you see it, you will see clearly now. You know, I can see clearly now. The rain has gone. Okay, and then we have Hummingbird. So we'll read the Hummingbird. It's in challenge. So let's see what it wants to say. I really like the Hummingbird. It's quite a good card. For me, birds in these particular decks are like messengers, so you definitely have something you need to share. Okay. Here we have, oh, turn it up, right? Hummingbird. Positive, enthusiastic, spiritually resourceful. Inside the tiny hummingbird resides an endless well of energy and positivity. The hummingbird's secret is that it has learned where to gather nectar, and it returns to these sources daily for nourishment and rejuvenation. This sacred elixir springs from many sources, but usually involves nature, creativity, and exploring spirituality. Follow the way of the hummingbird, and you cannot go wrong. Every droplet of life becomes sweet, every moment worth savouring. When in balance, smart, curious, loves to learn. When out of balance, pushy, insistent, or sharp. To bring into balance is to take a class. So maybe it's a good time to take a class, get into spiritual practice of some sort, because it feels like that's where you want to go. You may be finding it hard with your spirituality at this time, or it may feel like it's quite demanding on you. But I feel like for me, it's just keep showing up every day, keep pushing forward on your journey, and eventually the light will actually shine upon the path. That's what I mean. Not every new beginning is like this massive push forward, and I think that's what you're used to. But if you're in a growth phase, if you're in a dark phase or a heavy phase, this is a really good time to realign, reset, rest and rejuvenate, which is kind of what you may be finding it hard to do, because it's sort of like building up your energy to be. I always talk about this too every time, but it has to be. So for you to be able to move forward, sometimes Spirit pulls you back, and it's that energy. See, creates energy. So when you think about an arrow, someone's shooting a bow and arrow. Well, you can't see the bow, but the bow's over here. And they have the arrow, right? And they hold the arrow and they pull the arrow back to their, right to the eye before they release. But that takes energy. Someone has to pull that energy back and hold it. And the thing is, a lot of the times when we need to be moved forward, Spirit pulls us back or keeps us back so we can gain the energy we need to hit the target so we don't miss. And it feels like that's what's happening for you. Spirit is just pulling you back so that when it's time to be slingshotted or propelled into hitting your target where you see the target, you'll actually find that things will move very, very fast. So thank you, Fitu. Hopefully that made sense to you and helps you now and in the future with any situations you feel stuck in. And send it to you with lots of love and good intention. Oh, cool. Thank you. Love and light to you too. All right, Lillian. Well, hey, I'll tell you, I'll be kind and I will put you on my list right now. What's your name? Miss Cozy? 3 times. I'm not letting you out of here without getting a reading. Thank you. All right. Lillian. Oh, thank you, Lillian. So I'm just going to shuffle these up real quick. So if you'd like to just take 3 deep breaths to relax and nice and deep and slowly. I'm just going to take a drink of water and then I'm going to ground down into your energy. I'm going to create that connection. Oh, what's going on with my music? Maybe we just go to something like this. Everybody's home for the holidays. Guess my Wi-Fi decides to play up on me. All right. That's called alchemy. making a loss an opportunity. Okay. Ooh. Lillian. Oh, okay. So if I'm going to describe that, the song I heard was I See a Bad Moon Rising. Now we do have the full moon in Capricorn on July the 13th, and it is a T-square, so there are powerful shifts in energies coming on, and it may feel bad because it's quite a powerful shift, so it can be very detrimental to people's energy, so I'm just putting that out there. I'm not going to sing that song because, as we all know, my throat's deciding to go and it won't sound that great. But what I saw is something I want to refer to as healing chaos. So it was like a tornado, but sometimes the tornadoes take us to new places like Dorothy, Wizard of Oz, to the land of Oz, taking us out of our comfort zone into something completely different and new, but in that space discovering, exploring and experiencing things we may never ever have thought we would get to do that, good or bad. Growth is still growth, all right? And it's interesting because I feel like you probably don't think it's a good thing, but it might end up being something really beautiful in the end. So hopefully that made sense. And I'm not going to sing that song because, no. All moons are good moons is what I want to say. This card flicked in my hand, but that said blessings, by the way. Sorry, I've got a lot of cards falling out, but I just want one singular card. Your cards don't listen. But all right, I'll just take all 3 then, fine. Every time I've asked for a single card, it keeps chucking out. It keeps chucking cards at me. It just chucked another card at me, which was Beaver Spirit. Lay a solid foundation. But we're going to flip a card. Spider, manifest. Make your dreams real, which I love. see what your personality is. Oh. Oh. Okay. Lillian. And it's funny, I think you're the one that I saw that I wanted to read. I saw your name and then I was like, oh, hang on, I saw a name I want to read. And it's funny that you're going to be in this one. All right. So here we have voyage, forgiveness, and love as your energies. So what this actually tells me is that you are literally on a voyage, but this is a deep and emotional one you've been avoiding for many years. I think because it's almost like, you know, there's that moon in the background. That's why the moon feels bad, because it's about the swelling of the tides for you, a very strong emotional surge. That's why it's causing healing chaos, because I feel like it's time for you to love. That's why love steps forward for you, because I feel like you've been apart from it because of something that happened in the past that you now have to forgive, and you've been on a journey of self-discovery, but to really truly understand yourself, you must forgive people, places, and situations in your past. Sometimes you won't get that closure from a person one-on-one, but you can create closure within yourself and say, you know what, I did the best I could at this time. I forgive myself. And, you know, not just the person, but I also forgive myself for not knowing what to do, not having the tools to move through situations, and just not knowing how to move and do things, how to cope, you know. I forgive myself too for making mistakes, for making poor choices, as well as the other people. So this might be you doing a lot of inner child healing, because that was a space I went through when I learned to forgive myself, because things happened to me in the past and I had to realize that I was just a little girl and I had no control over things, and life played out the way it did, and I had to learn to forgive myself too. So if anything's happening with you where you feel like you have to let go of something and that's really hard, when you forgive something, it then leads to peace, which then leads to healing, and healing always leads to love. And the thing about love is that it presents you with a lot of beauty in your life, whether physically, emotionally, spiritually, energetically. It's across the board, but it also, with love, heals, right? And it brings forward resources, solutions, and pathways through things you felt were impossible to go through or move through. It creates solution. And because we're open to receive the solutions, we're open to receive the information, we're open to receive the energy that allows us to move out of things that we couldn't let go of before. Because it feels like it's, you know, you got that, see, look, you got the moon there. You've got that little baby underneath, and that's why I say inner child. But then you see up there, the moon is like at its smallest and reaching out for it. So I feel like, for me, that just lets me know that you're really trying to bring closure to something that's been very big, a big influence on your emotional space for a very long time. And here with love, finding a pathway through to different and new experiences. I can see it. It's sort of like, that's why the healing chaos, it's taking you to places where you can live, learn, and experience new things, because you're ready. You're doing a lot of work to let go of things, to forgive things, to allow yourself to experience what real love is. And here you have Spider Spirit, make your dreams real. And I really like that. But what I do find very, very hard is that you have the Spider Spirit, but then you have the octopus. Now, the octopus is an interesting card, because for me, this is my mental mind flux card. So it's you know, like a mind flux, where this is But it's weird because it kind of looks like the spider. Do you see that? The way it's shaped, the way, even the body of the octopus. Sorry, it's just the way I'm seeing it. May not necessarily look the same. But it feels like you've been in very sticky situations that have caused you to be very emotionally. Well, for me, it's like messy, and that's why they say make your dreams real, so that you're not living out your nightmares. So it's almost like bringing the sweeter dreams forward to the front of your mind, remembering those and not so much thinking about being stuck in mind loops or negativity. Make your dreams real. Your dreams, your hopes, and your wishes. So here we have octopus. Let me read that. That is a water element. Here we go. Okay, so octopus. Reaching, yearning, lacking boundaries and direction. The octopus signifies a wonderful, perceptive mind paired with the lack of healthy boundaries. Oh gosh. Unfortunately, this results in well-intended but messy relationships. The octopus entwines itself into other people's business and shares their own without restraint. They believe that's what it means to be close. If you notice after spending time with someone that you feel drained or uneasy, the essence of the octopus is at play. Begin to establish healthy boundaries. Be patient and firm. It may be a very old habit to change. When imbalanced, interested, engaged, and intelligent. When out of balance, needy, clingy, lacks courage to bring into balance, space to oneself, and talk therapy. That's when you're talking it out to someone in a very constructed way, because that's why the spider's there instead of the octopus. Because it's like learning to use these situations in a way that benefit you, bringing things from the mind into real. So like bringing your dreams forward and not your nightmares. Because the octopus is a very, because like look at her head, it's sort of just like all sorts of colors. It's triggering on all cylinders, and everything about it is sensory. So you're very sensitive. You're empathic. This is why a lot of empathics. Empaths actually suffer from oversharing and overcaring and overindulging and things like that, because it's more about that they just feel everything all at once. And that's why empaths are always encouraged to bring forward healthy boundaries, not only to keep themselves within a healthy space, but also to keep out anything that is unhealthy. But yeah, it's really it's like, for me, the octopus gets out of tricky situations too. Like there's a lot of good things about the octopus. And I also watched this My Octopus, My Teacher. I don't know, it's a documentary. I always loved it, where he watched the behaviors of an octopus and she taught him a lot of things. And so I feel like you have a lot of great knowledge, you have a lot of information to share, but you may be very prone to absorbing people's energy, whether good or bad. So just be mindful of that. I feel like you're breaking out of spaces. I feel like you're moving into new directions, but just remember to keep healthy boundaries and to keep things in a very constructed way. And not to sort of like let run wild. It's not so much that spirit is trying to restrict you, but construct you in a way that's more harmonious to you, instead of sort of like throwing bits and pieces to create a house. They actually, one brick at a time, creating a solid foundation. Yeah. So thank you, Lillian. Hopefully that made sense to you. I send that to you with lots of love and good intentions. Hope it helps you now and in the past. And in the future. Yeah, something about your past, but that's all right. Now and in the future. So thank you very much. I know my brain's getting tired sometimes when the energies get a little bit heavy, but that's okay. Thank you, Lillian. The octopus actually has a lot of healthy traits too. It's not just about being clingy in that. It's sometimes it's based on the situation. So if you're an empath, you're absorbing people's stuff and it can overtake or amplify what you have. So yeah. Okay, Sophie. Oh, cool. Thank you. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 to get through, and then I'm going to open it up. Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate that. Okay. Hi. Okay, so let's go, Sophie. Sorry, it's my leg banging there. So if you take 3 deep breaths slowly and deeply, and I will create that energy by grounding down and connecting in. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So what steps forward for me is Love Conquers All by Lionel Richie. Now this is a really good reminder for you that welcome love into your life. Welcome love into your life. Welcome the vibration of love. Welcome love into your life because you are not apart from love. You are a part of love. And I like to remind people that because sometimes they fall out of that knowing or they forget easily that they are not separate from love, that they are literally made from the loving vibration. And that may be because some kind of situation has stepped forward or some kind of disruption has stepped forward and made you forget that you actually are loved and are love. Love heals. Love conquers everything in the end, eventually, when it's allowed, when it's given space to grow. So you may be needing a little bit of space for yourself. I felt the word restricted came in, so you may be feeling restricted or your movement may be restricted more than you would like. Because it feels like I want to run free. I want to run. I want the wind in my hair. I want to feel like this, my heart pounding. I want to feel that energy. Freedom. Because, you know, for me, freedom is love, right? Love is freedom. But you also have to remember that you are not separate from love. So it's hard to run free when you keep forgetting. It's almost like train tracks, you know? It's like when the train tracks cut across a road and you're on the road and then a train's coming, so you have to stop. Okay, and then you're at that train station or the stop, and the train's going past and you're getting distracted, you know, the train of thought taking you away from the idea that you are part of love. I feel like I said this before, but it might have been to someone else. So don't let your thoughts have control over your essence of who you are. And that's reminding yourself to come back to wholeness, right? Coming back to love, welcoming in the vibration of love. So don't forget that. Listen, that really loud. Don't forget that you are love and you are loved. Okay, let's pull some cards. Energies coming in. Did one fall off? No, felt like something hit me. I was like, why are you taking so long? That's because they want to make sure they're picking the right card. Yeah. But I'll choose. Yeah, okay. Think on your feet. And animal spirit. Oof. Phoenix. All right. So it's interesting, the colors. The fox spirit is in challenge. So the fox spirit is think on your feet. So in challenge, find it really hard when you put on the spot or pressure to have to think fast or move fast or change fast. Because I feel like it's that boxing spirit. And you're on your feet, you know, you have to move from side to side. And you have to calculate, but not really good at the movement space. That's how it feels. Restricted movement. Here you have purification as your main energy. So something needs to go. So when we're purifying, there's some type of negativity or toxic element in your life that's preventing you from feeling like, you know, you're clear. So purification comes in when there's something that's like muddied water, but that's how it feels like for me. It feels like muddied water, which means confusing emotions about something. Something that's asking you to move or to shift, but that's the hardest part. I'm trying to clear stuff out of me, but then I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And then you have the phoenix energy, but if you have a look, they're all, you know, sacral and solar plexus chakras. Like they're all in your human stuff. All up in your human stuff. Yeah. See this. Okay. So spirit often will say, for me, it's sort of like, what I wanted to say is that they can't help you through this. They can guide you, they can support you, they can send you loving energy, but the only person that can think on their feet and use their feet and take that step forward is actually you. They can send you all this amazing energy, but if you don't know how to use it, it will end up being unused, untapped, and unwanted. So just be mindful of that, okay? So here we have Phoenix, the Phoenix, which is of the spirit element, which I really like a lot of people bringing that in. And let's see what it says. That is rebirth energy. So there is a shift happening. That's why you've been asked. There's a lot's been asked of you, and that's probably why it's feeling a little bit hard. And here we have Phoenix energy. Freedom. Blah. Freedom from suffering and past karma, reincarnation. The Phoenix represents the transformation of our past. It doesn't mean running from it, denying it, or burning bridges with rage. The Phoenix employs an advanced technique described in yoga as burning, the burning of impurities. Good. Through practice and dedication, tapas. The essence of the Phoenix is with us when we realize we have been suffering for too long and something must change. We take a stand and decide to live consciously. That's what I said. Only you can do it. We take a stand and decide to live consciously instead of being driven by the unconscious mind and its long list of fears and aversions. At that very moment, the spark of the Phoenix is lit and the great bird helps us burn through our baggage. We no longer run from who we are, what has happened to us, or what we have done. The stuckness and dead weight fall into the ashes and the lightness and clarity emerge. As the stagnancy continues to smoulder, the Phoenix lifts our spirits up and up, and we begin to recognize ourselves again. We may catch a glimmer in our eye that wasn't there before. Look closely. It's a sign. The fire of transformation is upon your wings. That's why it's so hard, because you're purifying to be able to go into a state of rebirth. And the reason why it's hard, because you haven't quite decided to stand up for it. But in the same respect, what I got from that was, you're not supposed to run, you're supposed to fly. You're supposed to soar, which is burning upright, burning bright. So yeah, I actually really, in the end, it feels really positive, though it feels heavier in that purification stage, which purification stages, if you are healing things, is heavy. It's growth. You know, it's recognizing that you've been suffering for too long. And that's pretty much why things feel a little bit like that, because in the end, you have to release the baggage that you've been carrying and let that shit burn in a good way. But I send it to you with lots of love and good intention. Hopefully that helps you now and in the future. And thank you very much, Sophie. Whew. Jamie? Jamie? Jamie. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, okay. Jamie. Didn't I read you already? Tui Edwards, love partner, gonna have my part. Is that a song? There's always a love partner around. It's just, what kind of partner do you want? A proper one? You want a healed love partner? Yes. All right. Jamie. Oh. Oh, okay. You're coming out in doubles, but I'll allow it. Doubles. Why doubles? Okay, here we go. So I'm going to read them as one card. Okay, so you got miracles and freedom in reverse. So here's the thing. I'm going to say this. I didn't actually tap down or ground down into your energy. I'm so sorry, but I feel like it's just coming straight in. So here's the thing about your energy. Polarity. All polarity. That's what it is. There's a part of you that says, it's literally, should I stay or should I go? Should I live or should I die? Should I breathe or should I hold my breath? It's like that. It's like there's always an extreme measure of energy, an extreme high and an extreme low, and you seem to experience both at the same time. Because here we have miracles upright, which I was like, oh yes, but then we had freedom in reverse. Okay, so freedom for me means like no love, or no freedom means no change, no direction, no flow. You know, it's like the complete opposite to miracles, which is like a high vibrational energy. And then it's sort of like, yeah, it's like having a mission. You got to get in the car, and you got to go, and you got to take something to this. And if you do, you save the world, right? And you're like, yes, I'm going to get in there. I'm going to get in the car. I'm going to go down the road. I'm going to deliver this, and then I'm going to save the world. But you get in the car, and the car's empty. But I got a mission. So I got to get in the car. I got to get down the road. And it's sort of like, you know, I'm on a mission. I need to go places, but then I can't go anywhere. Because that's a very small way of looking at your energy. But I would say for you that the best thing you can do for yourself is to actually realize that even though you can't go anywhere in the car, you can find other modes of transportation. You know, it's not being very, don't be so fixed, because when you're fixed on an idea, you're only going to have that polarity of the counterbalance. But when you're flexible, well, then there's a flexibility with that too, because that's the counterbalance to flexibility. And it's sort of like, oh, you do experience a lot of wobbles, like energetic wobbles. That's why I feel dizzy in your energy, and it just feels like highs and lows all the time, like the Richter scale, which is not really good for you. But miracles happen when you trust and believe in things, and trust and believe that miracles happen. So if anything I can say about your first energy with miracles and freedom in reverse is actually believe the impossible is possible. Okay? And then you have flamingo spirit with embrace the in-between and challenge. Embrace the in-between with challenge. And then well spirit upright with trust the great mystery. But that's the hardest part. I don't trust. I need to know. Also willing to take that deep dive, but then not really feeling comfortable with it. You know, I need to go down. I need to go hit that rock. And if I hit that rock or get that rock, I'll be able to save the world. You know, it's like putting a lot of pressure on yourself. And then you go to jump in, but then you find that you're afraid of the water and it's too deep and you can't reach the bottom. Like it's like dipping in and out of like a positive thing and sort of letting your mind or your ego break it down till it's nearly impossible. And it feels like with that, learning to trust in yourself that you have enough. You are enough and you can do what you need to do when it's time to do it. And then you have the lizard energy, which we've kind of read about lizards. Lizards get drained really easy. It is upright. And then you have the firefly, which is in reverse. So I'm going to actually read the firefly in reverse, which seems to be the challenge. And it feels like I have an unlimited amount of energy, but I get drained really easy. You know, it's sort of like I fill up the bath, but as soon as I get in, I accidentally pull out the plug. Do you know what see where I'm going there? Yeah, it's sort of like learning to find that beautiful medium in the middle. So let me read Firefly, which is the element of air. Okay. It's in challenge, so it might be really hard for you at this time when it comes to this potential energy. So here we have Firefly. I'll read it upright. Inspired and fantastic. The firefly contains the light of 1,000 stars. It's pure, radiant, and illuminating. This high-frequency charge cannot be sustained for long. Therefore, the firefly card indicates a moment of inspiration or awakening that quickly fades if we do not catch it. There is firefly energy between every poem, song, and invention. Our job is to be ready to harness this creative spirit when it graces our path. What can you do to support this precious and elusive light? When in balance, Wrights creates brainstorms. When out of balance, burnout feels dull. To bring into balance, write a poem or draw. So it's like being creative or artistic. So it feels like your energy is fleeting. It says inspired and fantastic, yet fleeting. It doesn't stay. That's why highs and lows, and that's why the firefly, an unlimited amount of energy, light and bright, but still it flickers. So it's like light and dark. You have to accept that you're made of both. That you are good, you are bad, you are wrong, you are right, you are light, you are dark. You are high, you are low. And when you accept that, you might actually find that if you move in a way that's more harmonious to you with that lizard energy, so the lizard learns to restore and rebalance itself, that you could always continue to shine a light forward when you need to, but not using it all up in one big hit. You know, it's sort of like savor it, enjoy it, and then when the moment's right, let it boom, let it shine, and then when it needs to, let it close. And don't always think that you have to constantly be this bright light or this shining, beautiful person for people. Be you. Sometimes you are light, sometimes you are dark, sometimes you are right, sometimes you are wrong. Okay? Sometimes, yeah, you are high and sometimes you are low. And that's the ebbs and flows of energy. That's how energy actually moves. And it's only through actual real practice and consistency that you learn to move between the two, so you're not always hit with the extreme highs and extreme lows, but finding the happy medium in the middle to resonate. So I send it to you with lots of love, Jamie. Hopefully that makes sense for you here and in the future. And thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I've got 2 more, and then I may look at opening it up to a couple more. So can I have Layla, please? Layla? Sorry, I'm just decompressing. Drink some water. Ah, Salvina, what happened? Namahiti too. I've already read for you, Salvina. What happened? Is Layla still here? Let me know. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gifts, guys. I appreciate that. And all the likes were so quite high tonight. Is Layla here? My phone died. Well, lucky for you, I will put this particular... I haven't done it the last 3 because I've been a bit slack. But I will put this particular recording in the next couple of days on YouTube, so you'll be able to access that. So if you want to subscribe to my channel so you can access your reading, I do have my link in my bio, my link tree. So, oh no, you'll be able to hear that. Hear that message again when you need to. So give it a couple of days. And Layla, she's not here, is she? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jess. It's going well, I think. Okay, Stacey, I hate my relationship. I feel stuck and I don't know how to get out of it. Well, I would say you literally answered your question, which is, how do I get out of it? You actually have to get out of it. You have to choose to leave if you're that miserable, because I don't think anyone should choose to suffer. And whether like you're financially connected or children, things like that, I know there's complexities. Create a plan and get yourself out. You know, whether that's saving money, whether that's going and asking for support from your family, friends, or from an organization. But if you are unhappy in your relationship, you need to choose to leave. Otherwise, you're choosing to stay. You're choosing that if you stay there. So you have to understand, you have to draw a line. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll put it on YouTube. Okay. Okay, Layla's not here, is she? She's left. Layla, which is Joseph's mom? No? Okay, cool. I'm glad that made sense to you, Jamie. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next one, which is Miss Cozy. Are you still here? Miss Cozy? pretty sure if you put your mind to it, you will definitely get that job. Just make sure it's the job of your dreams and it's something that you would really love to do. Yeah, don't spam, guys. That's right. Miss Cozy, can you give me a thumbs up? Let me know that you're here. If not, I'll take some more names. Miss Cozy. Am I lagging? Thank you guys for sending me love. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so if you'd like to ground down into the energy by taking 3 deep breaths and relaxing and opening up your heart chakras, and that allows me to make that connection. And I'll then ground down into the energy. Take a water first before I start. Okay, Miss Cozy. Here we go. This is an old song. Okay, so I get this a lot. So I got the song Love Changes Everything. I think it's like a Broadway play that I heard it from once. It's love changes everything. And that's all I heard of that song. But what I want to say about that is that when you start welcoming love into your life more, when you start opening up your heart chakra, because many of us, we don't know that our heart chakra is guarded and closed so tightly and in contraction that we've been blocking out so much that we deserved for many years. And it's sort of like when we realize that we're actually allowed to love without being hurt. It's something that people have to learn, to love so strongly and so courageously that no matter what comes towards you, you will not be hurt, because love changes everything into love. It's like contagious, right? But in the greatest way. So if you're going to give anything, if you're going to receive anything, let it be the one thing that you're made from and made of, which is love. And the vibration and energy of it. So that energy has been coming in a lot. We're in Cancer season. We're feeling a little bit more in the heart, a little bit more sensitive, a little bit more emotional, a little bit more wanting to connect in deeply. So it makes sense I'm getting this love energy around people. And that's learning to open up to receive love too. Because you can't expect love if it's something that you attach to being negative for you, okay? So when you welcome love into your life, welcome it in with a whole heart and not with half a heart or a quarter of a heart or a little bit of it. The whole heart. Let it transmute whatever's been holding you back, whatever's been hurting you into something better. So let's pull some cards. Take that one. Diligence in reverse, so yeah, that might be really hard. Koala Spirit. Spirit has a plan. And for your personality. Tiger. Oh yeah, Spirit really has a plan. I got the tingles and the fingers. Okay, so diligence. This is an interesting card because what do you feel when you see this card? Do you think it's about the bird? Or do you think it's about the land underneath? Because I know it's very interesting to want to be attracted to the albatross, but it's the shadow in which it casts upon the land, right there. See that shadow underneath? Diligence. So, if you really, really want to access your spiritual abilities or soul wisdom and connection to know how to move forward more clearly in your life, you will have to learn to be diligent at doing your shadow work, your you work, and bring yourself closer to the loving energy. Because Diligence is about learning to let the land settle. So let's just say it like this. If you had a piece of farmland and you farmed it over and over and over and over and farmed it and farmed it and farmed it, that you got to the point where that bit of land no longer had resources or nutrients to support what it is that you're growing. All right. So what the farmers do is they turn their land over and they just let it sit for a year. And in that year, it replenishes itself. Okay. So what you're not doing is you're not replenishing yourself more. So you're giving and farming your energy and serving it up on a platter for other people. But then you don't learn to stop doing that. You give. You definitely give, and a little bit above and beyond sometimes too, because you feel that's the right thing to do, and it is, given the situation, the person, and the place. But is it good for you all the time? No. Sometimes you have to let that land or the physical body recuperate and regain and re-nourish itself. Because when you nourish yourself, you nourish everyone else around you. So if you're not nourishing yourself, you're not nourishing anything. In fact, you'll be taking away less and less. Thank you for the share. I appreciate that. And my main message and theme that came forward, and it always is I always get something, and that one is, if I nourish myself, I nourish everyone else around me. And this is what Spirit wants you to know. Because the cool thing about the koala spirit, where Spirit has a plan, is that the koala doesn't do much. The koala doesn't do much because it eats, it grazes, and it takes its time with things. And it's not that it's sort of like, like how you have the sloth. The sloth moves slowly because it's built to do that, and it feels like Spirit has a plan. And if you've been feeling a little bit restricted, it's because it's your time to slow things down, because you won't understand what needs to be done when this tiger energy starts to awaken inside of you. And you won't have the energy to participate in it. And the thing is, when you're not clear, you're always going to attract this kind of negative energy or shadows. And for me, I have a very strong policy about that. Untapped energy welcomes parasitic thought forms, energetically and in the mind. So use your energy consciously, with purpose, slowly when needed, patiently when needed, and when it's time, let that shit roar. But right now, Spirit is saying, you need to build up your resources. You need to rejuvenate yourself because you're giving too much away straight to Tiger. What? Here we go. Sorry, it was weird. Lunar force, ease in darkness, feminine energy. The tiger hunts at night. The tiger hunts at night, at one with the silence, fearing nothing. This card reminds us to take in the wild darkness, to allow the lunar forces to soothe and heal our spirits. Sensuality and receptivity and devotion are all heightened in the midnight hour, and the tiger takes advantage of these boons or surges. Spend time in silence this evening, drinking in the potent calm. There is nothing to fear, There is nothing to fear in the stillness except the awakening of your own power. When in balance, passionate, strong, sensual. When out of balance, overstimulated. To bring into balance, trakata or candle gazing. So it's interesting. Will you be successful? Yes. If it's something you want to be successful at and know that you can be successful. But there's a very loose way of asking, will I be successful? It's sort of like, I'm not going to say no to that, will I? You will definitely be successful if it's something that you have inspired action to do and motivation to do and energy to do. And if it resonates with you, yes, you will be very successful. So thank you. Thank you, Miss Cozy. Hopefully that made sense to you. It is just your time to learn to do your shadow work so you can tap into your energy and bring unconscious energy to the light or consciously and give it purpose. Sometimes slowly, like I said, and sometimes with really strong passion and motivation. So thank you very much. Whew. All right. Where are we at with time? Okay. I'm going to take 3 right now. So feel free to put your name up if you'd like a reading. And okay, Meg, I see you. I know you've been waiting. I saw Meg before. Been very diligent and very patient. Thank you, Miss Cozy. Hopefully that gets to you in time. Katie, which is Catherine Talmo. Okay, Royson? Okay, so I'm only going to take those 3 right now, and we're going to get through them pretty fast, and we'll see what our time is by then. So, Meg, if you'd just like to take 3 deep breaths slowly and deeply and relax into your heart chakra, opening everything up to receive. I'm just going to shuffle these cards, just shifting the energy out that was in them before. Grounding down into your energy. Okay. It's funny because I listened to this song literally yesterday. I was playing it. So it was my daughter's birthday. And so while we were making breakfast, because I put on a big breakfast for everybody that stayed, a proper, breakfast with like breakfast sausages and bacon. And my daughter helped me cook, and my mum. And we went about doing that. And while we were cooking, I played Joanna songs because my daughter's actually called Joanna. And so any song that had Joanna in it, we played it all morning, very loudly. And every time she would come out, she would scoot out and she'd feel so embarrassed because, it's embarrassing her because we're singing Joanna songs. But I loved it. I loved that whole vibe. So what I got for you was, give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, for the morning come. And the thing is, I feel like that's what you actually really need. I felt that that's just something. Give me a little bit of light. Give me a little bit of direction at this time. But you have to understand that hope is like seeds. Hope can only be planted. It has to be nourished. It has to be cared for. And it has to be given the time and space to actually take root and then grow. So it's almost like magic beans. Why do I say magic? Like Jack and Jill. Jack and the Beanstalk. I'm learning that there may be one seed of hope that's really supposed to take off inside of you and really move you up into higher levels. Even though sometimes in that story it talks negatively about the giant up there, maybe this time you won't go to a giant. Maybe you'll go to someplace beautiful where there are golden eggs without danger. Let's just put it like that. Let's bring it down into like modern times where things wouldn't be so negative because we've done the healing. We've put that light back on, the light that we often forget is turned off, and we turn it on. And when we turn it on, we turn everything on. So we turn on and tap into spirit. But spirit doesn't necessarily mean the universe out there. Spirit is sometimes the spirit within us, our own sense of connection, our own soul, our own divinity. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. Hopefully that made sense. But give me hope, Joanna. I really like it. It is a positive sign too. It's sort of like through adversity, give me that show me that pathway through that leads me to a positive outcome. You got forgiveness. the only one that flipped. Oh, you got Panther Spirit. It's in challenge. Sorry, Panther Spirit was in challenge, sorry. And it is reclaim your power. A lot fell out there, so it could be more than one issue that's currently playing in your life, but Spirit wants to focus on the main theme or story. Well, that's what I ask anyway. The main story. So I do a lot of my intuitive with my eyes closed because I look at the mind's eye. And then you got the whale in reverse in challenge. So it's interesting. It's funny because, you know, a lot of your cards are dark. Just to look at them, the color scheme. You know, you've got forgiveness, but it's a silhouette of someone. So definitely this requires a lot of shadow work for you, or you work. Now, what I talk about shadow work is like talking or healing, parts of us that we subconsciously hold without our knowing, or that we hold on to, that creates all these like negative thoughts and or patterns of pain is what I refer to. And here with Panther Spirit in reverse, reclaiming your power, you're struggling with that. In fact, I feel like the darkness takes you quite a lot, which is unfortunate, because I feel like if you were to truly see what you possess, you would really break free from this heaviness that seems to be upon you. And then you have the whale spirit, and the heart comes last for some odd reason, but I feel like for me, the heart would actually be the most important. And even though you're trying to reach it, it seems that you keep getting pulled here to the darkness again. So there's definitely something you have to deal with, and it keeps bringing me back to this. Something here's pulling me back, telling me to leave. What's that song? Time I try to leave, something keeps pulling me back. Is that Nelly? I don't know. I get that song a lot. So that's like being pulled back to the past. But the downside to being pulled back to the past is that we start seeing and feeling things through the perception of that time, which is very limited. You have to understand that in the past you didn't have the tools that you have now. Now you don't have the knowledge that you have now. You only have the tools and knowledge that you had then. So if you're getting pulled into situations or mind loops or memories that play over and create this almost draining of your energy, it tells you that you're definitely in a space where you have introduced into your life negative and parasitic thought forms. And I say it that way because I think that's the best way to describe that. It's not natural to you or your energy. It's being introduced either by someone else, or that you've inherited a behavior that when things get heavy, it gets heavy, like I go down. Or was like the Titanic, you know, going down with the ship, the captain going down with the ship. Finding it very difficult to navigate through things right now. But remember, I've said about the forgiveness card. Sometimes we have to learn to forgive ourselves for not knowing, for not making the right decisions, for not being able to achieve goals or complete things when they were supposed to, or just for really, messing things up. Sometimes we have to give forgiveness for ourselves, to ourselves. And in that, reclaim who we are. Because that's what Spirit wants you to do with that 44, is learning to be more stable. Because 4s mean home, family, foundation, stability. And in reverse, it says, I don't know how to be stable in this time. I don't have a solid foundation for me right now. I don't know why they described it, but they're kind of described, instead of having like a building, you have a tent, and you're going camping and you have no power in the tent. You know, you're having to learn to survive in the dark, and it's become very natural for you. And it's not realizing that you could just turn that light on. There is a light inside of you. It's just been turned off for so many years. But here we have whale. Let's get into it. Sorry, I'm drifting there, which is in reverse, but we'll read it. It's element of water. I actually really like the whale. Okay. In reverse. So, whale. Desire to delve deeper, profound peace, ancient wisdom. The whale represents profound emotional health and stability. Whale personalities are not afraid of emotional expression or traversing difficult terrain, as they have overcome many challenges in their lives. These experiences have enriched them, given them stability, strength, and a depth that is rare. Whale energy is usually linked to the feminine forces of compassion and communication. We can depend on whale personalities when all else seems lost, and trust them to be a beacon in our darkest hour. When in balance, calm, steady, deeply compassionate. When out of balance, heavy, slips into old story to bring into balance regular self-care. Which makes sense, actually, because by caring about yourself or bringing love into the situation, like I talk about love all the time, and realizing that love is not apart from you, that you don't have to reach up and grab it, that you don't have to work for it, that you don't have to earn it, and you don't have to sacrifice things for it, that it actually exists for you. And when you bring that in and realize that you can love yourself so much more deeply and choose to be in the heart more, that's how you learn to turn that light on. It's the inner light of love that exists within you, right? And yep, heaviness. This is all part of the healing phase. Most beautiful and wonderful healers go through darkness. They get so used to the darkness. They get so accustomed to the darkness that when they choose to break free and step into the light, they transmute things. And at first it's very overwhelming. But when they adjust, you actually find that they're very stable and very balanced, because they understand what suffering is. And so they bring about the opposite or the counterbalance, which is healing. So if anything I can tell you right now, you have natural healing abilities, and you have to actually learn who you are. Right now, you have natural healing abilities, and you have to actually learn who you are. Just got to turn it around. By someone else. If this is referring to another person, that could be the past, right? That's been really hard for you, or you're absorbing, which healers do. I would say you have natural healing abilities anyway, and a lot of that comes down to that panther. It's weird because the panther keeps looking at me like it's blending in with the darkness, but then it says clearly, so I don't know where to go with that, but it feels like that's important for you here to reclaim your power. But you see it's sort of like very subtle energies. So if you're being suppressed by another or made to feel heavy by another, sometimes we have to understand that we have to take accountability if we allow someone to dominate and overtake our energy or power, because our power is ours, and no one should be allowed to, and no one can unless you allow them to take your energy or your power. But this is something I want to put in at the end. Once you see it, you will really see it. So I feel like there's some kind of clarity or epiphany coming forward for you soon. Really soon. But there's that forgiveness card. Yeah. But thank you, Meg. Hopefully that kind of made sense for you and helps you now and in the future. So that's you with lots of love and good intentions. And thank you very much. Okay, Katie, Catherine. Okay. Whew. Hi there, Debbie. I'm just taking a few names at a time. Thank you. Okay, gotta shuffle. Katie. Okay, awesome. I feel really good energy. Okay, Katie, if you'd like to take 3 deep breaths, just slowly and deeply and relax, opening up the heart chakra, allowing me to create the connection. And I'm just going to ground down into your energy. Ask for a message for your highest good. I feel really good because I feel like I don't have to ground right down. So I feel like your vibration is at a decent, really good, well, I said decent, but at a really good level. Because sort of like sometimes when people have heavier energies, like you feel yourself having to sink down a little bit, and it's not in a negative way, but it's sort of just like, you know, it's sort of like to save someone, you've got to dive down into that water. You know, if they're fallen off the boat, you've actually got to dive in and help them, and then bring them up. So what I have to do is I have to ground down into the energy and then lift. So it feels like for you, like I was there, which is kind of good. So I feel like you're generally fairly positive, or at least if things come towards you that are negative, you try to find your way out. I'm being shown steps, which is interesting. Literally right in front of me, steps going up and around a curved path. So it feels like you just keep climbing. Day by day. Sometimes it's 1 step, sometimes it's 1,000 steps. It just depends on the motivation and the time, but you just keep trying to step forward and step up. So it feels like you've actually been trying to be quite successful towards the things that you feel really passionate about. I feel like you spend a lot of time, I don't know if it's reading, I don't know what I'm seeing here, writing, journaling, but dedicating time, because it feels like, I'm sorry if you can hear laughing, it's my son, he's playing games, because it feels like I'm really focused down and looking at something. But I feel like for me, I either saw you playing cards, doing cards, or reading something. So it feels like you do read, if that makes sense. And I think that's actually really positive for you, which sort of like if I need guidance or I need to find out about something, I'll take that time and diligently go about, because that's a word that I get with you, it's diligent, which we had that before, come forward, but it just feels like, yeah, you just take that time to learn things, and you take your time to learn things, which is good. I think you also had a lot of other readings that kind of resonated too. So I got fragments of songs as well. So that's always a sign that take what you want from those readings. Hopefully they help you, and we'll see what comes forward with your energy. Let's pull some cards. See what your current energy is. Leadership. Love that. Okay. So we have animal spirit. Let's see what spirit wants you to know. Canary spirit, sing your own song. And your personality. I think this one already turned. The starfish. Okay, I really like it. I love the leadership card. The leadership card always feels like it's someone that's taking the lead in their life. They're setting about going, sort of like using their intentions correctly, or you're coming into the knowledge that you actually could be a great leader for people. I feel like I felt good in your energy, and I feel like it's because despite what's going on in the world, you look up. And for me, when I hear that or see that in a vision or hear it come across, you look up is what I heard, and that for me is a sign that you give an indication to spirit that you're actually asking and needing support and welcoming it in, which is me looking up for hope, looking up for guidance, looking up for clarity, things like that. And taking the leadership in your life, which means you are now in control of your own destiny. You're not just free falling in the wind or being blown around or drifting. You're literally taking conscious steps forward. And that's why sometimes it's one step forward and sometimes it's 1,000, because when you get into that running pace, you just move fast. It's a really great card of integrity when it comes to your intentions. So what you see is what you get. There is no sort of, your mind may tick over, but there is no hidden agenda with you. You are very transparent when it comes to your intentions for people. And I feel like I want to say, you say what you mean what you say, which can be very direct. Some people may not necessarily love that, but for me, I always appreciate direct people because at least you know where you stand. And here you have canary spirit, sing your own song. It's like find your own rhythm, find your own frequency, and really move into that. But for me, I really want to say in this particular card, because it's the blues, you're definitely learning your truth. Here, you're learning the truth of who you are. And here with this energy here, canary spirit, you're learning to sing or speak your truth or know what actually is your truth, is like the true essence of you, like that. You may also like to sing as well. That may be a gift. You may hear intuitively, like clairaudiently, like I do, but you're definitely learning some big major lessons at this time when it comes to your life's purpose. I feel like this is like a truth seeker. This is someone that brings truth to people, that looks for it. And my advice for that is to look within. Because within you, within knowing your true essence, your truth, and expressing and speaking that creatively in the world, you actually find that the real truth that you need is that everything you need is already with you. It's inside of you. It just needs to be awakened, brought into the light, right? And then you have the starfish energy, which is interesting because it is a sign of protection. It is a 5-pointed star. But it's a little bit wary of emotional stuff. So you might be a little bit avoiding something that's on a deeper level. Starfishes like to just sort of bathe in the shallow waters. So you have to understand that you're not just light, you're also dark as well. Light and dark, they exist. That is the polarity of humanity. But it also, for us, creates that balance. That we can't always be love and light. That sometimes we are actually low and dark, And that's normal, because the energy, as it flows, it goes high and then it goes low and it goes high and low. But it's so hard. It's what I heard. But it's so hard to let all that come forward. I feel like there's a little bit of a lack of trust when it comes to your emotional space. That's why it's sort of like I stay positive, I stay on my roll, I keep rolling, And then the starfish energies is like, you know, I just don't need to go to those places. But it feels a little bit like it's avoiding. But let's read the starfish energy. It is upright. It is the element of water. Starfish. Okay. Here we have starfish. Beautiful, alluring, superficial or shallow. The starfish is a natural and exquisite beauty, mesmerizing to all. Being around someone with starfish energy is a thrill, like you've been put under a spell of divinity itself. The problem is these creatures have been reliant on how they look and what other people think of them for so long that they have forgotten their deeper callings. See? When this card appears, it's important to ask, am I being swayed by outward appearances? What dreams have I put aside to please others? So when we're asking ourselves these deep questions, we're in a state of learning how to change. So you may be learning that you're a starfish that doesn't particularly like the deeper waters, but yet there's a yearning to learn something on that deeper level. And like I said, you're a truth seeker. So it feels like that's the last frontier, is to go into that deep water, that deep ocean of your emotion, and let's see what's in there. And I've had to go through that myself. So I know that stage. And it says, when in balance, uplifting, artistic, expressive. When out of balance, gossips, feels empty. To bring into balance, positive friends. So yeah, I like that, because the starfish actually glows differently when it's around people that they love. And says, the starfish is a natural and exquisite beauty, mesmerizing to all. Being around someone with starfish energy is a thrill, and you've been put under a spell of divinity itself. So you do actually possess a lot of light. But sometimes we have to understand we're also very human, and the human in us can get very tired, very depleted, very low, very negative. And it's hard to stay on top and to be moving in your integrity if you often have lulls in your energy. So it's sort of like putting on a smile for other people and not learning that sometimes I'm just going to let myself go for a day or two. I'm just going to let myself be a mess for a day or two, and that's okay. It's like learning to take away shame, blame, and guilt away from our healing spaces, and letting the normal process of emotions actually be allowed to be used, which is sometimes being a little bit unbalanced, you know. It's hard to stay strong, but I really love it because it feels like you're mainly in balance. You may just have a fluctuation from time to time or a fluctuating space, but when you understand and become aware that you are deeper than you know, you actually may find that when you decide to do that deep dive, you'll connect with something on such a deep level, it will bring you up and inspire you in a totally different way. So thank you, Katie. I send that to you with lots of love and good intentions. Hopefully that made sense and helps you now and in the future. So thank you very much. Roisin. Thank you. Thank you very much. Roisin, are you still here? Sorry, Roisin? Just let me know you're here, Roisin. Is she here? I'm guessing she's not here. She may have gone. I did take my time on that. I kind of don't want to move on unless she's actually here. Not here. Okay, where's in? Please help. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, Rosen. So I'm just going to pull up some. I'm just going to shuffle some of these cards real quick and move the energy. And hopefully you can take 3 deep breaths and ground into your energy, opening up your heart chakra, relaxing into the energy, opening up your crown chakra, nice and slow and deep. I'm going to ground down into your energy and create the connection for your highest good, sacred purpose on this earth. Take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey, babe. Take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey, sugar. What is it? Take a walk on the wild side. This little doom, doom, doom. That's an old song. Okay, I'm going to say this, and I don't know if this is going to hit or this is a miss, but you need to stop worrying about failing at things. Because it feels like if things get uncomfortable, you literally destroy any success with doubt. I feel like the word fragile is probably the most eggshells, you know. It feels like you're always walking on eggshells, but the eggshells, oh God, the eggshells are the remnants of your shattered dreams. That's how it's very dramatic. And some of these you really need to, okay. The best way I can describe it is that if you want to move forward, if you want to heal something, if you want to connect with something, you need to learn to get out of your own way. Because a lot of the eggshells that are on the ground, yes, created by others, but also created by you. You can be your worst enemy at times. You overthink things and underfeel things, or you believe it's the same. You're thinking your feelings. So you're creating the images in your mind and you feel through those emotions, but it's actually nothing to do with the heart. It's the memory that you're replaying over and over in your mind, which is mental mind loops. And we all been there. Hey, I've been there. I don't judge. I've been there. I suffered for years living in mind loops, recreating, reliving, revisiting painful memories. And I was afraid to do anything. And then I failed at everything because I was so afraid to fail. And that by bringing that thought forward all the time became something I became good at, which was failing and making poor choices for myself. So I understand that completely. Sometimes when they say, hey, take a walk on the wild side, it's because you need to break free and move into something completely new, or some completely new way of viewing your life and seeing things and doing things, breaking the pattern of pain. I'm feeling very heavy in the chest for you. Finding it hard to breathe a little bit. It's very heavy in your heart space. Okay. This says you've taken on so much you can't bear it. That's why the heart feels heavy, but all your junk feels like it's in here, in the head. You know, where you're just processing so much in the head. But they were saying if you were to bring it down, you would actually heal it while you process it. But because you keep it up here and away from the heart center, you're actually just replaying it over and over, which is very detrimental. So let's pull some cards. Listen. See what your current energy is. I got stillness and challenge, but then I've got this one sitting there precariously looking at me, so I'll take it. hanging off the edge. See what animal spirit will come forward for you at this time to give guidance. I'll take the top one. Spider. Make your dreams real. Oh, then they just flip straight away. And then you've got crocodile and challenge. Okay, so we got the stillness card. Now the stillness is in challenge, so it's telling me that's where you're struggling and where it needs to lead you. So stillness is actually the frozen tundra. Now things are frozen because, well, it's not the greatest environment. So it's telling me that you definitely were in an environment that didn't allow you to grow, or that was very cold or devoid of the things that nourished you. But just like the ugly duckling, there will come a time when you will see your true essence come forward. But right now, you have been moving so fast and so much that you haven't been able to appreciate your growth, and or in these times created the grace that you needed to overcome this big huge mountain that is appearing before you, which is a mountain of potential, but in the end can be very scary to someone who doesn't realize that this is for them and not against them. So with the mountain of potential that you do have, instead of being afraid to climb it, instead of being afraid to conquer this mountain, you would just realize that this mountain is here for you to gaze upon and connect to. So for me, we connect to a mountain. It's sort of like we have a GPS, a mountain, a river, the marae, and it's sort of, or the land, and it sort of connects us, like GPS us to where our family belong. And that's how it feels for you. It's sort of like recognizing your own potential by connecting to where you belong. Because you've been in situations and environments that have created this frozen tundra, but you see, yet, even though this has been devoid of the things that have nourished you, you still have grown. And it's learning now that it's a good time to move into this mountain of potential. Right here. That's right in front of you. Because here with Spider Spirit, make your dreams real. Now, when I tapped into your energy, they said eggshells. Eggshells. And then they said, they're the remnants of all your dreams. Which suck. And it's sort of like the spider energy that's been coming out a lot. If you want to create the life of your dreams, you need to pick up all those eggs and make something from them. And I know that you can actually make paint from eggshells. You can literally make paint from eggshells. And you just put an oil in it, specific type of oil, I wouldn't know. But I've watched it on TikTok heaps. And this lady grinds down eggshells and then she adds an oil and a pigment and she creates many things from it. Paint. But that's to create the artistry of her life. The tapestry of her life, sorry. And I feel like that's what you need to do. You need to take those eggshells, the remnants of the past, the remnants of your broken dreams, and create something new from it. Make your dreams real. That's how you're going to manifest. And that's by choosing to build better relationships and environments for you. Okay? But here we have the crocodile energy in challenge. So let's have a look. It is the water element as well. Crocodile. So here we have resting, submerging, collecting energy, cooling off. The crocodile reminds us to step back from the external world and turn inward. Now is not the time for discussions, action, or decisions. The crocodile's mantra is wait. This doesn't mean lying around hoping life's challenges will disappear. The crocodile is much smarter than that. It means intentionally withdrawing, gathering your awareness, observing and building energy. Fill up the vital reserves so your next move comes from a place of wisdom and power. When in balance, wise, patient, a silent powerhouse. When out of balance, feels stuck, lashes out. To bring into balance, rest and yoga. Makarasana pose. I have no idea what that is, but I'm assuming that's yoga or some kind of meditation pose. But the thing about this, it's the same energy that comes forward in stillness. This is wait and challenge, and stillness and challenge. You want everything at once, but you don't have the capacity to slow things down, to allow things to play out in a way that's more harmonious to you. You want to charge ahead. You need to learn to be patient and let the energy and your reserves rejuvenate. That's why you feel stuck. And when it's time to move forward, you'll know, because you'll get that boost of energy. You'll get that motivation. You'll get that inspired action. And you'll be able to make your dreams real. Because there's something that you've been tossing over in your mind over and over and over. That's how it feels. Like I'm just churning over, like creating cheese. It's like churning that butter to create cream or whatever it is. It feels like it's just this constant action of moving in the same cycle. But like I said, you have to choose to create better environments and healthier relationships for this to actually manifest. Wait. Don't run. It's like learning to crawl before you walk, learning to walk before you run, learning to run before you sprint, learning to sprint before you climb, learning to climb before you fly. There's stages and processes in which people need to go through before they learn to soar. And right now you're having to learn to be patient. Yeah. You're having to learn to be patient, and that can be really tough when you're used to constantly moving. So I send that to you, Royson, with lots of love and good intentions. Hopefully that made sense and helps you now and in the future. So thank you very much. Thank you, guys. That's me for the night. I'm so sorry. I am tired. My brain is, you can see I'm tired. My brain is like, ugh. So I'm no good to anyone right now. I will be back on Tuesday at 7 and Thursday at 7. Again, so my days are Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday. But just keep an eye out for me, because it is school holidays, and I may randomly just bring up a live to help with all the people that are international that don't always get to come in at the right time. And maybe just be able to push in and get a reading if possible. So just keep an eye out for me. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to my beautiful moderators, or whoever's still left in there. Appreciate you, all the ones that have been here from the beginning. And I'm so sorry I didn't get to everybody, but thank you. Oh, kia ora. Hey, see you on Tuesday and Thursday at 7, guys. Good night. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good night. Thank you. Oh, where are we going? This way. Got all these. Oh, here we go. Bye, guys.